3rd, 2020 meeting of the Charleston County Board of Zoning and Appeals, also known as the BZA. The board members that will hear your case tonight are as follows. To my right, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Jordan, and Mr. Freeman. To my left, Mr. Borking, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Woodall. And Ms. Switzer Small should be in momentarily. The attorney for the board, Mr. Hughie, should be in momentarily. And my name is William Ray. I'm the chairperson of this august body. Staff members present tonight are Ms. Sally Brooks, Mr. Joshua Downing, Mr. Chris Dubuque, Ms. Sally Murphy, Jennifer Stiles, and Jenny Workin. Because the hearing tonight is a fact-finding meeting, we are in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to this hearing, an announcement was printed in the Post and Courier. A notice was mailed to the applicant or the applicant's representative, to the property owners within 300 feet of the property, and to parties of interest. Persons, organizations, and the news media was also sent information regarding this meeting and have been notified. Board members, the meeting notes for September 12th, 2022 public hearing were mailed to you. Are there any changes? And if not, can I have a motion to approve and then a second?
So moved.
Second.
All right. The motion came, I think I heard it from my right. Mr. Woodall, and the second came. Very good. We got that. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Very good. It carries. Our case hearing from this and any other BZA meeting are available to the public for review and inspection during normal business hours at the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department. The Board of Zoning Appeals is a quasi-judicial body that has the final approving authority. Appeals of a zoning-relating administrative decision. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide appeals only on zoning-related matters where it is alleged that there is an error in the order, the requirement, the decision, or determination made by the administrative official in the administration or the enforcement of a zoning-related regulation. A 2/3 vote of the quorum present is required to overturn the decision of the planning director in an appeal. A special exception. A special exception is an exception issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use in a specified location within a zoning district upon demonstrating that such use complies with all conditions and standards specified in the Zoning and Land Development Regulation Ordinance, also known as ZELDAR. The BZA must find the special exception meet all 6 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a special exception. A simple majority is required for a special exception. A variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA regulations of the ordinance when such an action may not be contrary to the public interest and owing where conditions particular to the property and not result in the actions of the or the situations of the applicant. A literal enforcement of the code will result in the unnecessary and undue hardship. And such a variance is consistent with Section 6-29-800 of the Code of South Carolina and Title 6, Chapter 29. The BZA must find that the variance meet all 7 of the approval criteria of the ordinance in order to grant a variance. A 2/3 vote of the quorum present is required to grant a variance. Our purpose tonight is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist the BZA in gathering evidence pertinent to each case. If a board member feels a need for further information to clarify the case, a board member, the board, has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It is understood that the rules of your neighborhood or subdivision are binding, and we cannot do anything to neglect their jurisdiction over your property. In addition to your testimony, the board has been presented written information submitted by the staff, by the applicant, and the applicant's agent for each case. This information is now considered evidence and is entered into the permanent record of this body. It is assumed to be complete, true, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the application's effect on surrounding properties. Our board is empowered to approve with conditions, or to deny a case, a special exception, or a variance request. We are also authorized to defer a case should there be a need to obtain additional information. The BZA's final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of this public hearing. It will be mailed, certified mail to the applicant, and U.S. mail to neighbors and community interests that are on the notice of list. If an applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions granted this evening are valid for 12 months after the meeting. And a one-year extension may be granted only if construction or development has been commenced or is being diligently pursued. However, if an applicant's request is disapproved, the applicant wishes to appeal the decision of this board concerning the case. An appeal must be addressed to the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states that an appeal must be filed with the applicant within 30 days after the decision of this board has been mailed to them. Failure to file an appeal within the time deprives this court of this jurisdiction to hear a matter. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything said in this meeting must be complete, true, and accurate. All the information provided to the BZA is considered evidence, and this board may certify contempt of court, circuit court, if false statements are made orally or in writing. Each person who wishes to address the board will be sworn in by the BZA secretary before providing testimony or evidence. In order to expedite this procedure, our secretary will issue the order. And at this time, those who wish to speak to this board, I ask that you would stand and take the oath at this time.
Please stand and raise your right hand. I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Working. I will now call each case by case number. Staff will present facts pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I would then call the applicant. The applicant will stand, state his or her name and the current address for the record before presenting testimony pertinent to the case, limited to 5 minutes. I would then ask for those speaking in support and those also in opposition of the case, and they will follow the same procedure for identifying themselves. And they are limited to 2 minutes each. The applicant would then have an opportunity to reply to the opposition, limited to 2 minutes. And the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. And then finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application, stating specific findings of facts, and conclusion of law. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we will hear 9 public hearing cases. And Ms. Working, if you would, please start with case BZA 08-22-00602.
Okay. The applicant and property owner, Robert Bayringer of Blessings Investments LLC, represented by Kevin Coffey of Low Country Land Development Consultants LLC, is requesting a special exception for the establishment of a resource extraction mining use in the Agricultural Preservation AG-10 zoning district for property located at 1345 Lofton Road, which is TMS number 731000014 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding properties to the northeast, south, and west are located in the Agricultural Preservation AG-10 zoning district. The adjacent property to the northwest is located in the Agricultural Residential AGR zoning district. This slide is just the ordinance requirements for special exceptions for resource extraction. Currently, the applicant is in the site plan review process for development of the proposed resource extraction use. The 20.09 acre subject property is vacant. The proposed mine would front onto Lofton Road, which is an earthen road maintained by Charleston County, and turns to asphalt 450 feet southeast of the site towards Highway 17 North. The asphalt portion is maintained by the South Carolina Department of Transportation, SCDOT. Lofton Road intersects Highway 17 North and is located north of the town of Allendale and south of the town of McClellanville. And this is a zoomed out aerial photo. The sign we posted on the property, some photos of the subject property. These are some buffer photos the applicant provided. The proposed mine on TMS number 731000014 is located 900 feet north of the St. James Santee Elementary Middle School, which is located on TMS number 731000038 at 8900 Highway 17 North, on the corner of Lofton Road and Highway 17 North. Based on the school's website, students arrive at 7 o'clock a.m. and the first bell rings at 7:25 a.m. The students are dismissed at 2:25 p.m. If the board decides to approve this application, staff recommends the hours of operation be adjusted to 8 o'clock a.m. to 6 o'clock p.m. to avoid conflicts with the students' arrival time. The board may consider allowing the mine operators to be on the site at 7 a.m. to prepare the site. However, staff recommends that there should be no truck traffic until after 8. And we conducted our site visit of the property on September 16th. And these are some more pictures of the school. It's a street view of the school with the basketball courts and an aerial view that shows the courts and just the intersection there. Lofton Road. This is the site plan zoomed in, and then the overall site plan plat. So regarding the 6 approval criteria, staff stated that it may not meet 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, and may meet 4. The board may choose to approve the application with conditions, or deny the application based on those 6 findings of fact criteria. If you do choose to approve this application, we do have some suggested conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the days and hours of operation for this project shall not exceed Monday through Friday, 8 o'clock a.m. to 6 o'clock p.m. The mine operators may be on site at 7 o'clock a.m. to prepare the site. However, there shall be no truck traffic until after 8 o'clock a.m. 3, the applicant shall maintain the travel way of Lofton Road from the Hall Road to Highway 17 North, free of all dirt, gravel, or other debris associated with the resource extraction, at least twice during each workday and once at the end of each workday to maintain a safe travelway. 4, the applicant shall be responsible for any damage to roads associated with the resource extraction and coordinate with the county and state in maintaining and repairing the roads as necessary. 5, the applicant shall install chain link tree barricades at the drip line of all grand trees within 40 feet of the total mine and disturbance area. These barricades are meant to aid in the preservation of these protected trees and shall be in place at all times during construction. The barricades shall be inspected and approved by county staff prior to issuing the zoning permit to start construction of the proposed resource extraction. And finally, 6, the applicant or owner shall post an all-weather sign on the Hall Road entrance gate visible from Lofton Road right-of-way, listing the name and contact information of the mine operator. This person listed will serve as a contact for the project in case there are any compliance issues that arise during the mining operation. And that concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Okay, Mr. Boykin?
Just a point of clarification, Ms. Working. You stated that it may not meet criteria 5, but on the review that I have before me, it says it may meet. I didn't know which one was.
Okay, so I had it may not meet. Oh, you said
Number 5.
let's see.
If I'm reading it right.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I just didn't know if y'all meant, which way did you mean for that recommendation to be is all?
Let's see. I think we did meant that they're working towards compliance with the regulations. So that one it may meet.
Okay, thank you. That's
So,
all. Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. So it may not meet 1, 2, 3, and 6. May meet 4 and 5. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Quick question.
Mr. Williams?
How you doing? Do you know what entrance the buses come to get to the school? Like what road or highway? Is it Lofton or is it 17?
I am not certain, but I would think they would come. Let me see if I have a good picture. Off of 17 right onto Lofton.
Onto Lofton?
Yeah,
Okay.
but there might be somebody here that can tell you better.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
One more, Ms. Working. Am I to understand that the playground for the school is adjacent to Lofton Road itself?
Yes, there's a basketball courts. I think there's tennis courts associated with the school as well.
And Lofton Road is a dirt road?
Yes, it starts to be a dirt road around where the tennis courts are, in between like the basketball and tennis courts.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Working, and to clarify, the main concern for criterias 2, 3, and 6 are traffic concerns, particularly related to the school.
Right.
For criteria 1, can you explain the ag zoning concerns?
Well, the comprehensive plan talks about using these types of properties for agriculture. So if it were mined, it wouldn't be able to be used. I mean, that's my understanding after it's mined.
Okay.
And I don't think that's the intention.
If they were not hauling the dirt off of the site, they could dig a pond and wouldn't require a special exception.
Correct.
And still be used for agriculture.
Yes.
Okay.
You've seen this quite a few times now, haven't you? Anyone else? Okay. Before I call the applicant up, I see we have Ms. Switzer Smalls that's here. Thank you. And the other note for housekeeping, we have 2 monitors down front, folks. So that's why we're not looking back up at the monitors behind us. Okay? Is the applicant available? Please come forward and please state your name and address for the record. And please tell us why we should approve your application. And you might want to bring that a little further because I know I can't see it.
I'll bring it up as we get going. I'm Kevin Coffey, Low Country Land Development Consultants. I'm the representative for the owner. My address is 3030 Ashley Town Center Drive, Charleston, 29414. I think we can cut to the chase on the road right off the bat. We've been talking about this prior to the meeting. Can I come up?
You may, you know what, just do me a small favor and bring that whole mic forward.
Okay.
Sir, I don't hear the mic. I'm hard to hear
That's quite okay. Thank you. What, yes, hold on, now if you give it to her, it's mine now. This is albino white here. Go ahead.
What we were talking about, just sitting out here in the audience waiting to get started, the biggest concern throughout this entire request is a school, and we get that, we understand that, and we are within 900 feet, and DHEC allows you to put up a chain link fence with barbed wire and have a lock gate. That's all you're required to do with DHEC, and we already have our DHEC permit, we already have our NPDES permit, so all of that is in place. But just sitting there talking and the concerns that we hear on the road, using Lofton Road, the owner owns the property in front of it also, which goes out straight to 17. We can go to the other side of that property and do a dirt road basically from the pit out to 17. Then the only place we'd have to deal with is SCDOT for our encroachment permit for that. That'll take all that traffic off of Lofton and hopefully take everybody's concern away. And we just like to put that out there as an offer.
Okay, are you finished?
No, I can read through everything I got, but I think that hits the main point.
Well, you get 5 minutes. So.
All right, I'll hit my 5 minutes. For number one, from Jennifer's write-up, resource extraction is only available as an option in rural and agricultural zone property by special exception. The need for fill dirt to construct roads and infrastructure is at an all-time high with the current building frenzy. Number two, there are several mining operations recently completed or in process in the town of Allendale and nearby areas that are individual mining permits which allow greater size and depth than the mine we are proposing. The mine we are proposing is a general permit, or GP1, which will affect a total of 4 acres out of 20 acres. Once mining is complete, the end game is the construction of a small residential subdivision, about 15 lots. Number three, the proposed mining operation is surrounded by a 100-foot natural buffer, as well as a large wetland adjacent to the proposed mine, which will provide additional buffering to the northwest side of the site. There will also be a fence with a locking gate installed around the boundary of the site as required by DHEC when a mining pit operation is within 1,000 feet of a school. The noise and dust will be what is typically seen at residential or commercial construction sites. In fact, the owner plans on installing a sprinkler system along the haul road to knock down the dust if we use that access. Number four, there will be no impacts to jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional wetlands on the site. The permit requires a 50-foot minimum buffer along the wetland line with double sill fence, and that's what we have. Number five, the mining operation will comply with other pertinent regulatory agencies. The owner has applied and received the GP1, General Mining Permit, and the NPDES, National Pollution Discharge Elimination System Permit associated with mining. And once the mining is in operation, DHEC will require discharge monitoring reports on a monthly basis. Number six, the portion of the road where the mine is located is a dirt road maintained by Charleston County. Road turns to asphalt at the back of the property line of the school, and the SCDOT is responsible for its maintenance. By receipt of the encroachment permits, the owner will be responsible for maintenance and repairs as necessary to bring the road sections back to their original state. With all this being said, we are fine with staff's conditions for approval that Jenny had up there. And that's all I have, unless y'all have some questions.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Do we have anybody on this board that has any questions of the applicant? Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Coffey, how are you this evening?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm well. So one question for you, because you brought up an interesting point about the overall end game of the property and subdividing into, I think, 15 lots.
Yes, sir.
I think currently is zoned AG10, so I'm curious about why you guys didn't engage in a PD process to take care of everything in one swoop.
A two-prong approach. My job was going after the mining permit, and that's all I've been involved with. And they also had a landscape architect who was doing like a master plan, conceptual master plan, because they have a commercial piece on the front and then your residential in the back. So that's the process, and that's probably what will end up having to be done when they go to do the development.
Okay.
Everything's HE10 right now.
Right.
Yeah.
So then a follow-up question on the proposed road that would access the mine site. How far away from the intersection of Lofton Road and 17 would the proposed road be? It's hard to see the maps from here.
If you were basic,
Is this it up here? Is it the same one you have up here?
That's the same one.
I know exactly what that is. 529 feet wide. And we would stay 100 foot off the property line that's across from it to keep that 100-foot buffer that's required there.
So we're gonna try to get that blown up just a little bit so we can kind of see. So I see the blue, or I guess that's blue, area right there where the apron is.
Right.
So that's to the left of that?
That's your entrance on and off of Lofton Road.
Correct.
We would take it and bring it down to the bottom right corner of the pond and come down that side. See that line tips as it's going towards 17?
Okay.
That property right in front of it, we'd come down that line. But we'd stay 100 foot off the line because we have to have a 100-foot buffer.
Okay. Anyone else have a question? Thank you for blowing that up. Yes, sir.
So how often will the sprinkler system be activated?
If we do this other route, we won't need it. But if we do Lofton Road, what is it? Multiple times a day.
But at least some each day?
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Every couple of hours.
Anyone else? Ms. Smalls?
I'm just curious because there's a school nearby. How can we be sure that the noise from the equipment won't impact the school at all?
Well, the one thing about this site is the material they're mining is a shell sand. So it's almost like a landscaping type material. So it's not that you're going to have trucks that are going to continuously come in there, because shell sand is a very expensive material. It's limited on where you can find it, number one, and limited how much they'll be selling out of there. So you're talking, I put 40 trucks a day on there. They're probably going to be doing about half of that. But any kind of construction you have, no matter what, commercial or residential, is going to have some truck noise and equipment noise, basically the same thing. In this instance, though, you will have a buffer to help with that. That's about all I can offer.
Is there a time frame on how long you plan on having this mining operation, since you said
I think in our letter of intent, we put a year, but I don't know if it'll go longer or not. It just depends on the sales and the need.
Anyone else have a question of the applicant? Thank you so very much, sir, for your information tonight. Do we have anyone to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this? Okay. You closest, if you don't mind. Please come forward. I saw the hands. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should deny this application.
Letters. I live adjacent to this property at 1355 Lofton Road. I've been there for 31 years now. Could we get the picture of the map back up
Yes,
right
sir.
quick?
Yes, sir. Uh-oh.
Well, I would like to see the one with the pond, where they want to dig, because I want to point out that the gentleman in front of me said that when this thing was done, that they planned a residential development there. Mine is the last property coming towards 17 that will perk until you get to the 10 acres on the front side of this property on 17.
All right, that's the map you want?
Yes, that's it. You can see all of the wetland there. And at the front of the property where it borders 17, there's like 10 acres there that will perk. But from that 10 acres back to me, none of that land will perk. It's all low land. I read in the statement online that they're planning on draining this water into the Womba Swamp. They're going to put up a retention pond with vegetation in it to pump the water out of the pond into, and then let it flow into the Little Womba Swamp. Well, the Little Womba Swamp is about 100 feet above me. I don't know how the water flows uphill, but I'd be interested in seeing that happen. And with my experience here living on this property, in a heavy rain, Lofton Road floods. We'll get 2 foot of water on the road at times. So any water that's pumped out of here that's going to go to a swamp, I don't understand, because if it did, Lofton Road wouldn't flood. It would be going to the swamp. Behind this property, there was a development that was planned that went down the tubes, it went bankrupt. So there's a big canal a good ways from this property that maybe the water could be drained into, that would run out and enter into the intercoastal waterway. I haven't seen any kind of environmental impact study done on what this water is going to do to our environment. It's one of my concerns. And my next concern is the children there at the school. They're entering in on the Lofton Road, and the way to get into the school, you have to turn off of 17 on the Lofton Road. The entrance to the school is right off at Lofton Road. Maybe
That's your 2 minutes, unless we can get another board member to give you some time. I'll ask you a question better yet.
Good evening, Mr. Metters. Let me ask you, you brought up a lot of good points. I'll start with the first one. I too share your concerns about dump trucks on Lawson Road. Their proposition that they would move that road to the other side of that front parcel, and by my estimation, that they're 100 foot off of the line, I'm going to assume they do about a 40-foot wide road. That put them about 400 feet from Lawson Road or to the school. If the trucks ran down there, I'm concerned about the noise, the dust, and all the rest of it, because well familiar with dirt pits. Would that be, in your estimation, a fair resolution, at least of those issues?
it would be a resolution to the traffic on Lofton Road and to the access of the public school off of Lofton Road. But it doesn't answer the question of the drainage and environmental impact study that should have been done, I would think.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because that was the next thing I was going to get to. DHEC, when they generally issue these permits, and I haven't picked it up on this one yet, and I'll ask the applicant, they either have a discharge or a non-discharge permit from DHEC. And so I'm going to find out when they come back up for rebuttal what type of permit it is. And oftentimes, we've required folks to maintain all their water on their own property and not allow it to go off. And you bring up very serious concerns that there is already an ongoing flooding issue there. This could exacerbate it, so I'm going to talk to them a little more about that. So,
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anyone?
Does anyone else have a question of this gentleman, Mr. Matter? Thank you so very much for your
Thank you.
testimony today. I saw a hand over here. I saw your hand back there too. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why you oppose this application.
Yes, hi. My name's Teresa Smith-Meyer-Danner. I live at
What was the last name again?
Smith-Meyer-Danner.
Mayo Danner. Thank you, Ms. O'Danner.
I live at 906 Skeet Street in McCullenville. I have two major concerns about the proposal. The first is I'm the owner of a company called Bulls Bay Saltworks. I have been harvesting seawater from Bulls Bay and creating culinary sea salt for almost 10 years.
Wow.
It's my sole business. It's how I provide for myself and my family. We sell to small businesses. We sell to Whole Foods. We sell to restaurants, Grow Food Carolina. All in all, we're in 48 states across the country. So the water quality is a huge issue of concern for us. The location where we harvest our water is right next door to where this gentleman lives and right across the street from St. James Santee Elementary School. We're talking about less than a mile and a half away from the proposed mine. So it would be really nice to hear what steps are taken to protect our waterways. And in terms of that, besides our business, if you think about all of the companies that work in Bulls Bay, the oyster, farmers, the clam farmers, we harvest our water from Shellfish Area 7A, which is monitored by DHEC. There are many shellfish areas that are monitored by DHEC, and so I would like to see hopefully some of those people in this crowd and standing up for their own livelihoods. In terms of the school, we have to take a turn right in front of the school to access the property where we get our water. There's not a very good acceleration or deceleration lane. It's a very tricky intersection. If there's large trucks coming through there, it's pretty scary. On top of that, I'm assuming the trucks are going down towards Steed Creek, heading towards Clements Ferry. If anyone has driven on Highway 17 in any amount of time, they're going to intersect Steed Creek. Steed Creek is in itself already a horrific intersection. There's accidents, people are just running through there all the time, just, blasting into each other on the highway. So if we're adding 40 more trucks a day that are coming through that intersection, all of the innocent people traveling north and southbound on Highway 17, taking their kids to and from school, going to work, coming home from work, are intersecting with those big trucks that are not paying attention and blasting through that stop sign. And that's all I have unless you have questions for me.
Thank you so very much. Does anyone have a question for her?
Question.
Yes, sir. Mr. Williams.
How you doing today?
Just fine.
Quick question. Explain more about, you said you're concerned about the possible contamination of your water. How would that happen concerning this business?
I don't know, and that's why I'm here. I count on government agencies to figure that out. If I was that smart, I'd be sitting somewhere else.
Okay, thank you.
Good answer. Anyone else? Thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? I promise I'll get to each and every one of you. Please state your name and address for the record and tell us why we should.
My name is Angela Barnett. I'm Director of Planning and Real Estate for Charleston County School District.
Say that again?
My name is Angela Barnett. I'm Director of Planning and Real Estate for Charleston County School District.
Oh.
Address is 399 Bridgeview Drive, right next door. I'm here mainly just to make a statement on behalf of the school district. Part of our job in the school district is for 180 days. We educate, we advocate, and we protect. There are 212 students at St. James Santee and their families. So we're just here to let you all know that we are concerned about the air quality that can be generated. We're also extremely concerned about the hazards that this can impose for our bus transportation and our car riders. Other than that, we normally don't make a stance in the school district. If this wasn't so close, I would not be here, but as many of the others have stated, everything about St. James Santee is access from Lofton Road. I mean, our playgrounds are there, our tennis courts are there, the children are playing on the playgrounds there, all of our buses are coming in and out. That is our only access point, so we are extremely concerned. OSF, which is the Office of School Facilities, governs our school buildings when we build them. Part of what we have to do is literally SCDOT, other entities come, they approve our site. If we were building a school right now and this was there, we wouldn't be allowed to build a school there. So I can tell you that we are extremely concerned about some of these things that they're talking about mitigating. may be beneficial, but I just wanted to come on behalf of the school district to let you know that we are concerned. Thank you.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Good
He has a
evening.
question for you.
Thank you for coming out tonight. And I'll kind of go down the same road as I was speaking to Mr. Metter earlier about if we had the ability, if we were to approve an application, to place conditions on it. If we placed a condition that prohibited any dump truck traffic at all on Lofton Road, would that help allay some of your concerns? In other words, they're offering to come in and put in a different route, which would not take those trucks by the school and on Lofton Road. That's something that we have the power to do if we were even to approve it at all. Is that something that would allay your concerns to some degree?
Yes, I mean, we did not know about that, so yes, that would help mitigate a lot of our concerns for when it comes to the traffic impact and the students. I do not know, we have not done a study on a sand mine to even know what the air quality impact would be. I do not know. I can just tell you for us, that traffic and the hazard that having those dump trucks come up and down that road is a serious concern for us.
Well, if this were to be approved and we put that condition, it looks like that would put it about 400 feet further down the road and would keep it out of that intersection.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So if this was approved and one day they do build those houses there, what would y'all's position be about that traffic?
The 15 houses? 15 houses are not going to be that much impact. I mean, we just bought a piece of property, a 107-acre parcel out there. It's next to Jenkins Road. There's homes up and down Jenkins Road. That's not necessarily an impact for us as much. I'm sure that just processes that we've seen when we had to do our approval for our special exception on that property, there's buffering that has to go in. We actually had some things imposed upon us when we went through that process for that property that we had to protect the landowners on the Jenkins Road. So we think that that will all be mitigated at the time that they come before the entity to get that new zoning.
Thank you.
I got a question for you. When is the project supposed to start on Jenkins Road?
Well, goodness, you're going to put me on the spot on that one, huh? So we are in the process of that right now. We've come up with a blue ribbon committee that's actually looking at what type of school would be going on that site. I cannot tell you how long it would be. I can tell you that the design and build process takes us about 3 years. That blue ribbon process is probably going to take about a year in itself. So you're probably looking at least a 5-year time frame if it happens at that point in time, because we're having to look at different variables in order to get enough students to attend that school to build it.
Very good. Anyone else? Thank you so very much
Thank
for
you.
your work and testimony. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and address for the record and tell us why we should disapprove this application.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Riley Egger. I'm with the Coastal Conservation League at 131 Spring Street. And I'm here today to ask you to deny the special exemption request to establish mining in the AG 10 district. Because simply put, even with the road change, this application does not meet any of the approval criteria. It is inconsistent with the recommendations in the comprehensive plan. The purpose and intent of the AG 10 district is to preserve soils for farming resources, and excavating those soils to profit an out-of-state developer is directly contrary to that goal. And I think the number of residents here tonight in opposition is kind of evident of how incompatible mining is for this area and for this community. St. James Santee Elementary School is only 900 feet from the proposed mine site, with the tennis courts essentially right across the road. And I'm sure at some point we've all felt like the frustration of trying to get work done or socialize when there's a construction happening next, on the street or next door. And by approving this, you are subjecting the students of St. James Santee to have that for potentially years to come, and to deal with the dust and the noise, because these are loud, noisy operations, regardless of if the trucks are on Lofton Road or 400 feet away. And I don't think that that's anything that someone would want their child for a safe learning environment. Also, with upward of 40 trucks a day using Lofton Road right now, it serves as a safety risk because the rural infrastructure is already incredibly stressed and it's not designed to accommodate that kind of industrial usage. In addition, the applicant actually does not have full state approval DHEC OCRM is still in the process of updating their general coastal zone consistency for mining, and that has not yet been issued. And so they do not have full state authority to conduct mining as of today. And lastly, while the applicant is proposing 5 acres now, there is no guarantee of an expansion won't take place later. If approved, there is no longer local authority to prevent that from happening, and that would subject the McClellanville community to these impacts for years to come. And for these reasons, I urge you to deny this request. Thank you.
Oh, spot on time. Very good. Do we have anyone that has a question for this young lady? Mr. Nelson?
I'm going to ask one random question. I'll ask this of the applicant as well, but a thought occurred to me that it is possible to operate a mine outside of the school year. Now I have no idea how that would impact their purposes and investment for their project, but how would the league feel about a condition that actually limited them to operation outside of the school year? Because that would remove any kind of conflict with the school itself.
Well, I think that schools are a gathering place for children. I can just for myself, the basketball courts, the tennis courts, there were places that I went as a child, even during like the summer months. I think that they deserve to be a safe haven for children, both during the school year and outside of it. And in addition, the applicant itself on their application to DHEC, when they were asked whether or not the mine operation would be within 1,000 feet of a gathering place like a school or a playground, they checked no.
Anyone else have a question? Mr. Williams?
So if the road, if this proposed road went in, would this mine still impact the school?
I believe it would, because right across the street, you're still going to have very loud, industrial material. You're going to be excavating the earth. And so those are really loud processes. Just that noise itself, I believe, is going to have an impact on the school children on their ability to focus. We also know that, dust travels depending on which way the wind is blowing. And so even with moving the road, I don't think that there's any guarantee that dust is not going to impact the nearby school.
Thank you.
Anybody else have a question of the applicant? Not the applicant. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should disapprove this application.
Yes, thank you. My name is Emily Nellermo. I'm a staff attorney with the South Carolina Environmental Law Project. We're a nonprofit law firm. We have an office in both Georgetown and Charleston. The Charleston address is 510 Live Oak Drive in Mount Pleasant. And we have clients and supporters all over the county, including Ondaw and McClellanville. SCELP is troubled by the applicant's plan for several reasons, and we assert that this project cannot in any way, even with special conditions, meet all the approval criteria for a special exception request. First, mining is completely inconsistent with the Charleston County Comprehensive Plan. That has identified this area as suitable for agricultural preservation, not mining. The clear purpose of that designation is to preserve the county's farming resources and productive soils for agricultural uses that are characteristic of this area's historical land use and community values. The land use element of the comp plan identifies an overarching goal of accommodating growth that respects the unique character of the county while protecting cultural and natural resources. The proposed Lofton sand mine flies directly in the face of that goal. Second, applicant's proposal is not compatible with existing uses in the area and will adversely impact the general welfare and character of the immediate community. Sand mining operations, even when limited to less than 5 acres, have well-documented effects on neighboring properties, including massive dust clouds from heavy machinery and trucks. It's inevitable that the students and staff at the public school next door will suffer impacts related to this project like noise, vibration, dust, and traffic for as long as it is operational, even if limited to certain windows of time during the day. Further, mining is completely destructive of the natural environment. It requires clear cutting of the land and then extraction of the earth for sand, which is a non-renewable resource. These impacts are permanent and severely limit the future uses of the property, which may be more appropriate for the area and compatible with the county's comprehensive plan. Moreover, the impacts of this mine are not limited to property lines. There will be stormwater runoff, mine water discharge, and even groundwater drawdown for the entire surrounding area, which in this case includes adjacent wetlands and the Francis Marion National Forest. For those reasons, we strongly urge the BZA to deny applicant's request, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
You said that this would not be compatible with the area.
Yes, sir.
I thought the gentleman said there are mines nearby.
Well,
Compatible with them?
I'm thinking of a recent example of a mine project that was abandoned in the middle of it, and now that area has a mess of a land with no park on it like they are supposed to have. They're not getting any of the revenues that they are supposed to have with the revenue sharing agreement with that mine, so it's a dangerous thing, because what if they don't finish?
Thank you.
No? Anyone else? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Did I see another? Yes, sir. I swear I'm coming to that side too. Yes, sir. You with the green hat?
While he comes up. Just a quick question for the staff. What other mines, can you tell us about other mines that are in the area, the proximity? Like, are there 2 other mines that are within 50 feet? Just trying to get a general idea of what other mines are close already.
I do have a mine spreadsheet I can pull up, but I think some of the mines that they're referencing, unfortunately, are not governed by us because they're in towns. Like, I know of one that's in the town of Ondaw, so we did not review that one. The other ones we have that were in the county, I don't know that they're that close. I can look.
While you're looking for that, we'll let this gentleman go ahead and present his testimony. Please, sir, come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should deny this application, sir.
Roger Martins, 8926 Old Georgetown Road in McClellanville. Great horned owl, barred owl, barn owl, turkeys, deer, otter, alligator, blue herons, egrets, Cooper hawk, sharp-shinned hawk, red-tailed hawk, red-shouldered hawk, and ospreys are some of the animals that I observe on this area, which is why I live where I do. So I feel that this project greatly affects the welfare and the character of my community. Working at the Bird of Prey Center, I'm very observant of animals, and I see these on that property, on our property, across the property, down the road. It's going to greatly affect that, hugely. The water tables, shallow wells, what's it going to do to us that live near there that have shallow wells when this gets dug? Also, I know y'all been talking about moving the road away from the school, but they still have to turn around, which is at Lofton Road, to go back across, or you're going to have to do something in the median, which then that affects traffic and people turning around and backing up and going around, and it affects drainage and all that every time you add a cross through across that median. And those are my concerns about this project.
Okay. Does anyone have a question for him? No? Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir. With the green shirt, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Michael Prevost, Michael B. Prevost, residing at 527 Pinckney Street, McClellanville, South Carolina. I have a number of points to make, so I want to try to make this quick. The proposed project is located within the proclamation boundary of the Francis Marion National Forest. The Francis Marion National Forest Cape Romaine Wildlife Refuge region of Charleston County supports a multitude of diverse natural resource values of state, national, and international significance. Accordingly, various lands, waters within the region have received special designation. Globally important bird areas, Western Hemispheric Shorebird Reserve, North American Waterfowl Management Plan Focal Area, Class 1 Wilderness Area, Outstanding Resource Waters, and Significant Geographic Area, National Longleaf Pine Ecosystem Plan. Appropriately, Charleston County has recognized the need to conserve these unique natural resources through the county's comprehensive use plan and associating zoning ordinances. Furthermore, the county has recognized the region as a priority conservation area under its Greenbelt program and allocated millions of dollars under this widely supported conservation initiative to currently protect thousands of acres within this region. So by virtue of the comprehensive plan and this being a priority conservation area for the Charleston County Greenbelt program, I think that says a lot. Now I'll move on to the specific criteria. With respect to the planning director's report and regarding project approval on the county comprehensive plan, I have the following concerns. Section 3.6.51, the proposed project would violate these farmland preservation goals, ways of life valued by the community. This is substantiated in the planning director's report. Quote, proposed resource extraction, mining, use may not be consistent with recommendations contained in the comprehensive plan and character of AG zoning district. Thus, requests may not meet this criteria. Input. Same section, subsection 2. The proposed project is highly incompatible with existing vicinity uses and clearly adversely affect the general welfare and character of the immediate community. The county's BZA response questions to this standard, quoting, quote, proposed resource extraction may not be compatible with existing vicinity uses and may adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community because the proposed mine is located 900 feet north of St. James Elementary School. And I would also submit that the proposed mitigation of moving entrance road to Highway 17 does not alleviate these concerns at all. And I'll get back to that in a minute.
You got about 30 seconds.
Okay. All right. Using the applicant's figure, 40 trucks per day, that equates to 8,000 to 10,000 truck trips a year. I know the gentleman said it may be 20 trips. However, that's speculation. In writing is 40 trips. So we have to assume that, correct? Okay. In conclusion, the proposed project is inconsistent with the intent of the rural East Cooper AG zoning district, threatens the fundamental ecological integrity of the region's nationally recognized public-private conservation landscape matrix, and poses a high degree of public safety threat associated with St. James Santee School, as well as within the local Highway 17 corridor. Accordingly, I strongly recommend the BZA deny granting special exception status, allowing resource extraction on this currently zoned AG-10 property.
Thank you, sir. You have any questions? Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir. How you doing, sir? I would like to hear your thoughts on the road proposal that they had.
The road proposal?
The additional
meaning the
road.
Alternative entrance.
What's your thoughts on it?
Yes, sir. That makes no difference. You know, my concerns remain 100%. And I did have a statement about Highway 17. I travel Highway 17 a lot. I've been traveling Highway 17 for probably 50 years. And the level of traffic on Highway 17 has gone up dramatically. It is unbelievable, the increase of traffic on Highway 17 in the immediate vicinity of the proposed project. Log trucks, container trucks, recreational vehicles, tourist traffic. So it is, Highway 17 is a main north-south artery on the entire Atlantic coast. And the amount of traffic on 17, the school compounds that significantly. The school's not going to move, and moving, in my opinion, the road 400 feet south of Lofton Road, or that approximate, is not going to make a material difference in the safety. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you for your testimony, sir. We had somebody else. Yes, ma'am. I'll come.
I have a couple of things to say. So one is if you won't be able to add a condition about changing the road. they would have to resubmit for site plan review and probably file a brand new variance application or special exception, sorry. We'd have to review that and also see if there's any variances required. So that's really out of the question for tonight. If you want to, consider this application, but if you guys deny this application, there's a 1-year waiting period. So.
What about the other mines in the area?
Yes. The other mine that I found was a 2017 mine off of Halfway Creek. It's TMS 625000010. That's the closest that we have, the county. Because I do know there's others in Onda.
Okay. Thank you. Hopefully that answers your question, Ms. Switzer-Smalls. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Grace Gasper, Wilson Cemetery Road, Allendale, South Carolina.
Gasper, right?
Gasper, yes, sir. And I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of my organization. I'm Executive Director of Friends of Coastal South Carolina. We're a conservation organization that works in partnership with 3 national wildlife refuges along the coast, including Cape Romaine, and also the Francis Marion National Forest. As part of our mission, we also provide science learning and environmental stewardship programs to multiple schools in Charleston and Georgetown counties. We've had a 20-year-long relationship with St. James Santee Elementary and now middle school through our Earth Steward Science Learning and Environmental Stewardship Program. And I would also like to add our concerns about the impact of the mining to the school. Regardless of where the road is, the truck traffic, the potential impacts to air quality, and just the general disturbance to the school and distractions to learning. And I think we can all admit that after the last 2 years, our kids have had more distractions and disruptions than they should ever have to deal with. We just feel like that school is such an important resource for the community. It's such an important part of our community, and it should be a safe place for the kids and faculty and parents throughout the year. I also share the concern that this project is inconsistent with the county's comprehensive plan aimed at preserving rural soils and agriculture. As an Allendale resident, I can tell you that there are 2 major mining operations along Door Road. There are multiple, I think up to 5 mining operations along Seary Road, all within the town of Allendale, because they have not chosen to respect the county's comprehensive plan. So all of that truck traffic is also spilling out onto Highway 17 from those operations. I'd also like to add that we were very concerned about the potential drainage into Little Wambaugh Swamp. And I wanted to make sure you realize that Little Wambaugh Swamp is one of 4 federally designated wilderness areas within the Francis Marion National Forest. So it is a very sensitive area that's been designated to be left untouched by man. So the potential impact of the wastewater drainage into that area is also concerning to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Does anyone have a question of her? Mr. Williams?
Quick question. How you doing, ma'am? You mentioned water drainage. Possible water drainage from, where would that come from?
So in the DCAP application, they have indicated that they would be draining water from the site during the mining into Wambaugh Creek Wilderness.
Okay, thank you.
And that's where our concern came from.
Any more questions? Thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yes, ma'am. We have anyone else? Yes, ma'am. I'll come back to your side next. I'll come to the side next.
Hello.
Good
My name
afternoon.
is Liz Potter. My husband and I are building a home at 1134 Morant's Point Road, which is basically across the street from St. James Santee Elementary.
And that's your address for record?
Correct.
Thank
yes.
you.
So currently, we are a part of what is known as the original Heath tract of land, farm tract from 1996 that was acquired by our neighbors that's now referred to as Laurel Hill Farms. So my neighbor, Bright McConnell, and his wife are not able to be here today and asked if I could read this statement publicly for them. So they're requesting this letter of objection to be read and be included into the public record. Shortly after Bright and Pam McConnell returned to Charleston in 1985, they recognized the area north of Charleston County, bounded by the Francis Marion National Forest, the Santee Delta, and the Cape Romaine Wildlife Refuge, represented a very special region of the South Carolina Low Country. Along with the historic village of McClellanville, this region is often cited as one of the most important protected ecosystems on the eastern seaboard. They decided to purchase a special King's Grant property of approximately 160 acres located across the highway from St. James Santee School. The historic name for this land tract is Lofton's Landing, and its principal drive is the extension of Lofton's Road, the site of the proposed mining exemption. Shortly after this purchase, they placed the entire tract under conservation easements with the Nature Conservancy to ensure protection of this tract from future development. They had the opportunity to purchase an adjacent tract of land of approximately 212 acres, known as the Heath Farm Tract, in 1996. Again, working with the Nature Conservancy, they placed additional easements on this tract, which is now known as Laurel Hill Farms, for the same purpose of restricting development and maintaining the principal use of the tract for agricultural and wildlife management. As appropriately expressed in the recent Post and Courier editorial, a grant of exemption by the zoning committee would result in significant threat, allowing further encroachment into this special region and erosion of its important protection. Its negative impact on the local St. James Santee Elementary School is quite clear. For these many reasons outlined above, and by many others who reside in this special place, want to ensure its preservation, they would like to take the opportunity to object to this permit.
Thank you. We have any questions? Thank you. Yes, sir. You are very patiently waiting. I appreciate that, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should disapprove this application, sir.
I'm Dwayne Merritt. I live at 8893 Old Georgetown Road. That's on the corner of Old Georgetown and Lofton. My biggest concern is they're going to dig a 3.5 acre pond, which is a hole in the ground, 200 feet by 700 feet, dig it down 20 feet and dewater it. What is going to happen to our wells? That's my biggest concern.
Ooh, that was it?
That's it.
Okay, hold on. Any questions? Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and
Hi,
address
I'm
for the record.
Rebecca Smith.
Hi.
I reside at 8913 Highway 17 North, along with my husband, Herman Edward Smith. We reside next door to, you just heard from Mrs. Potter, we live next door to Bright and Pam McConnell. We recently purchased this property last fall. The primary reason we purchased this tract of land was because it's zoned agricultural and we want to preserve our environment. We're very concerned about this application. The land in McClellanville is a very special place, and I feel we need to be supportive of our environmental goals. We need to preserve what we have been granted in this country. I have lived in Charleston County for 35 years and have moved progressively north to get away from the development that continues to get approved. We chose McClellanville because of the protection and because of the conservation easement that's already on our property. And so I'm here to plead with the board to please consider this and consider all the residents of this special place that you've heard from tonight, and there's several more that are yet to speak that have serious environmental concerns about what they're being asking you of.
Okay. I got a question for you. How many acres did you acquire here recently on your parcel?
70.
70. Okay, so you have a nice sized parcel yourself. Anyone else have a question?
Protected from development.
So that's just 70 acres that's protected. So overall you have
70 acres.
Anyone else? Thank you so very much for your testimony tonight. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should deny this
My name's
application.
Thomas Morrison. I live at 1389 Havenshire Court, Mount Pleasant. My family's owned property almost directly across the street from that school and the mine site, proposed site, for many, many generations. Recently, a family member sold their parcel to a couple, and the first thing they did was open a mine. So I'm just here to say that you have a mine less than 2.5 miles, which is Charleston County ordinance, from this proposed mine. TMS number is 730-00-00004.
Please repeat that number.
All right, 730-00-00004. That mine is less, well, actually not less, it's about 3,000 feet from my property. The other day I was out there and all I heard was tailgate slamming all day long. And if it's 3,000 feet away and I can hear that, what are kids at school, what are they going to hear while they're trying to concentrate, listen to the teacher try to tell them, what the lesson is that day? So that's my concern, is that you already have a mine there, you don't need another one.
Okay. Anyone have a question? Okay. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Did I see another hand? Anyone else to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Okay. At this time, you have the right of rebuttal.
I guess the big question in the room came when Jenny walked across here and said we couldn't move that road without going through this all again. Is that true, or?
That came from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to review that property and include that property as part of this application. So it would be a new application.
Well, it would, I mean, as a site plan, that's not a problem doing that. I mean, we tried to offer something that we thought would work for everybody that was concerned. And having to go through the entire process again.
I mean, you're adding a second parcel to the resource extraction because we've advertised only for this one parcel. And we have not reviewed that parcel at all either.
The only other alternative we have is to stay where we're at and change our times to where we're not affecting school, but I don't know how anybody would trust that would accurately happen that way without having to go back through this process.
I'd like to, I know you're thinking, probably, but we could defer the case, and give you a little time to think about it. Yeah. But if he can think about something else, too. Yeah. Be 12 months. Or you could reapply. You have to kind of feel where these questions are coming from, to make that decision. I know it's pretty rough right now, but
Well,
you got a deferral. That's not a deferral, but deferral will give you at least 90 days. But if you get denied, that's 12 months on that application. So
exactly.
But then you might get approved.
Right.
So.
Can I ask the applicant a question first before he makes that call?
Yes, you may.
So the question I asked the league, I'd like to ask you the same thing. Would your owner be willing to accept a condition that would only allow mining outside of the school year?
That only gives him 3 months.
It would extend the lifespan of the mine indefinitely, but it would alleviate a lot of concerns, not all of the environmental concerns that have been presented here tonight.
So you're asking like 3 months?
3 months, Saturdays?
Well, yeah, Saturday, Sunday, and when
Probably
school's
not
out.
Sundays. I don't think the DHEC permit will allow Sundays.
Whoa. No comments from the outside at this time.
Right.
And also, how do you address some of the environmental concerns that came up from some of the opposition tonight?
That's what Jenny said we couldn't. No, they're gonna make us go through a whole.
So let me try to clarify if I can, and Ms. Workin, you step in on the side of me, Mr. Huger. Just by listening to what you're saying, she said if you defer, you have to look at what the application that you have on hand. Now, if you use that other parcel, that wouldn't be a deferral. That would be a new application. Am I correct? If you're trying to move the road down to a different parcel, help me, Ms.
I mean, the
Workin.
first step is to revise the site plan review application, and I'm not sure how they'll handle that, if it will be a new application or just a revised application.
Okay.
And they need to review that parcel and that site plan, which we have not seen with the road. The second part would be then, once they've reviewed that, would to see if we could just revise this application or have a new application. Or they can like withdraw this application. So I don't have the answer to that yet. I do know that you are correct, though. If you vote no on this application tonight, there's a 12-month waiting period. So.
Do you understand?
Oh, I understand.
What options? Okay.
I definitely understand. What if you did an ingress egress and you're not taking property and add it to that property? I'm grasping.
Jennifer, Sally, you want to chime in on that?
I mean, there'll need to be a grand tree survey. We don't have any of that information. So you'd have to go through the subdivision process to
It'd just be
so-
an ingress egress, so it wouldn't be subdivided.
Right. In order to put that on the property, there'll be a plat that is recorded showing that ingress egress easement. So yeah, there'll be some additional steps.
Can we make that as a condition?
We wouldn't be able to make that as a condition because the grand trees and just the whole site plan review, we'd have to at least do a resubmittal and review along with that before we could even come back to the board. Whether it's because they'll have to be re-advertised and everything. So I mean that costs. The advertisement costs probably more than the application fee anyway.
Let's defer.
So am I hearing you correctly? You want to defer the case
Yes.
for 90 days? That'll work?
Oh.
That's, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have space on the dockets for 90 days?
We can't do it that way in this situation because, like we said, they're going to have to reapply.
Okay.
So that could be, we don't know. But we could do the deferral for up to 90 days, and if they're not ready by then, we'll just continue deferring. But you all have to vote on that. We need a motion and second on that.
So the applicant has requested to defer their application.
So moved. For 90
Have a
days.
okay, I have a motion to defer the case, been properly moved and second. All those who concur, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. All those opposed? There's one, it carries. So you have 90 days, you'll be hearing from staff exactly when everything is prepared that you can come back before this board, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so very much.
Thank y'all.
Can I ask a question? You can probably ask staff. The staff the question.
No. So the next case that we have is case BZA -08-22-00603. And that will be, well, let's just wait for this crowd to empty out for a moment. That will be done by Mr. Dowling.
All right, we ready? Yes, sir. All right. So, BZA case 0822000603. The applicant and property owner, Kurt Watts, is requesting a variance to remove a 28-inch diameter breast height greater grand live oak tree for a proposed addition at 429 Wapu Road, TMS number 35010000004 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and the properties to the north, south, and west are located in the low-density R4 zoning district, and the properties to the east are located in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. The subject property is approximately 0.67 acres and contains 8 other grand trees and a single-family residence and a detached garage and an unpermitted garage addition. The applicant would like to remove the 28-inch grand oak tree. That is the subject property. That is an aerial view of the subject property and the zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. The sign that was posted, and staff did conduct a site visit on the September the 15th. So that is a picture. The picture to the right is when staff, when our code enforcement officers went out and realized that there was a violation on the parcel, that this grand tree was not, but that the garage addition was not, did not have the proper permits. And the picture to the right was when staff did conduct a site visit on the 15th of September. These are other trees, other pictures that were taken on the 15th when staff conducted a site visit. And that is the proximity to the grand tree and the unpermitted garage addition. Here are the grand trees that will be preserved on the parcel if the tree removal is approved. That is Wapu Road. This is the violation letter that was sent to Mr. Watts from our code enforcement officers here in the county. So staff believes that criteria 1, 2, and 5 have been met, but however, criteria 3, 4, 6, and 7 may not have been met. Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 0822000603, the variance to request to remove a 28-inch diameter breast height live oak tree for the proposed addition at 429 Wapu Road, TMS number 35010000004 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County, based on the BZA's fact finding, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board does decide to approve the application, there are 4 recommendations of staff. The applicant shall obtain all required permits for the proposed addition. The applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat the existing grand trees within 40 feet of the proposed addition and any other site disturbance throughout the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the treatment plan to the zoning and planning staff for review and approval at the zoning and planning department and building permit approval. Prior to construction, the applicant shall install a tree barricade around all grand trees to be preserved within 40 feet of disturbance, including the proposed addition pursuant to section 9.2.4 of the ZLDR. All barricades shall be inspected and approved by the planning staff prior to the zoning permit and building permits approval, and the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 28-inch grand oak tree by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for the review and approval, indicating that the installation of a canopy tree no smaller than 2 1/2, 2.5 inches in caliber, equaling inches per inch, replacement by be depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 9.2.6 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Regulations Ordinance, or a combination of both. The allotted mitigation shall be placed in the prior to the removal of the grand tree. That is the site plan of the parcel, showing all of the grand trees and the proposed addition. And that is a survey, and that is the plat. Are there any questions of staff? Yes, sir, Mr. Boyd.
Mr. Downey, is there a reason why there wasn't a variance requested for encroachment greater than 25% on the live oak versus the removal of the live oak?
The applicant requested the removal instead of the, so that may be a question for the applicant.
Anyone else?
Mr. Downey, the site plan shows several additions proposed for the house that are underneath the several other grand trees. So none of those are more than 25%? The canopy of those?
I do not believe so.
And one other question, has the tree that was requested for removal, has an arborist graded the condition of the tree?
Not believe so. Let me confirm with staff. Okay, so both arborists in the room said no.
Okay.
We've been out to the site a couple of times. They were in good condition when we've been out there. So
okay.
As far as grading is concerned.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I didn't hear you. Did you say good or bad? Did you say good?
Good. Good. Yeah.
Is the applicant present? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Please state your name and address, and please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Kurt Watts. I'm at 429 Wapoo Road. And first of all, I want to apologize for performing some work without a permit. I've been a builder all my life. I know better, but some evolution of circumstances led me to a poor decision, and I have remorse for that. And you know, my colleagues, my neighborhood, and the county of Charleston. So I just want to apologize up front. I did have an arborist look at the tree. I'm actually working with Cameron Rickett at Bartlett Tree on a tree preservation plan for the whole property. I love my trees. I have a lot of them. I actually have a tree farm, and I'm studying to be a certified arborist. So I have a love for trees. I'm not just trying to tear a tree down. What I've realized after living at the property for about a year is, you know, not only is the tree positioned between my house and the garage where I'd like to construct a breezeway or a passageway. I also have significant drainage problem in that area where the tree's in a very low area, which is within 10, 12 feet from my house, which I get flooding on this makeshift patio that the previous owner had put in. And in order to elevate that area, I need to bring in some dirt, and it would obviously cause some effects of that tree. So rather than study the 25%, as you mentioned before, I would rather look at a mitigation, which I'm working with Cameron on mitigation as well as the preservation plan. And I've already picked out 3 healthy, well-established 10 live oak trees. I have positions for them at the front of the property, which would more than mitigate the 28-inch tree. And it would help me solve my drainage issue. It would help prevent future damage potentially to my foundation of my house. It's a little compromised right now because water, especially in this last storm, you know, significant amount of water goes into my crawl space as a result of the negative drainage situation. So I guess in short, before I address the conditions that the board felt not met, or I should say the staff, I think I do have a unique condition that justifies the review and removal of this tree. In review of the staff's comments, number 3 was said does not meet criteria. And unfortunately, I didn't put some of this on the application. The first time I've ever filled this out, so I just want to, add this to my testimony. Is, it will help me solve a drainage issue by removing that tree, connecting the two buildings. It will help me solve a drainage issue. So I do feel that I meet criteria number 3. Criteria number 4. It says that it will cause substantial detriment to adjacent properties or the public good. I don't see how this tree is 40 feet or 35 feet from any neighboring property. So, and this tree grows under the canopy. When you looked at those pictures, this tree will never grow taller than it is right now. It's growing out. It's spreading out like the angel oak. And because it's under the canopy of 2 other trees. So those 2 trees are stunting the growth of this tree. Now, the arborist that I met with, although he didn't give me anything in writing yet, did say tree's healthy, has some previous scars and damage. However, it's surviving in a good shape. But the tree is going to continue to spread out and cause that, you can see it really hangs low. It scratches on my truck when I pull in. It hangs over my front porch, causing me some roof issues. So, and it's just going to continue to spread in that direction. So I feel I meet the criteria on number 4, where I don't believe it is going to cause detriment or have any public harm because of the position of the tree, because how it's growing. And I plan to add trees. So we're going to add trees. I'll have more trees after mitigation than I have now. More beautiful trees for the neighbors and the passerbys to enjoy. Number 7, number 6, it says the need for a variance is not a result of applicant's own actions. Regardless of the non-conforming structure, the non-permanent structure, the tree's position has always been between my house and my garage. And so the tree position is part of the problem with the drainage and potential future issues with damage to, the roof as it spreads out, and also the foundation. So I feel I meet that criteria. The house has not changed. The tree has not changed in proximity to where the drainage is the worst. Number 7, again, the staff said that I may not meet the criteria for number 7. However, the tree clearly does not meet, or the tree clearly does not enhance the drainage. So I feel I meet this criteria. The tree, canopy will never rise above the adjacent trees. It'll never rise above the adjacent trees. It'll just keep going out. So by adding trees in a better location, the aesthetic and the natural resources are going to be improved on my property if I'm allowed to move that tree. I think that kind of concludes my, I'm looking at the board shall consider the following conditions recommended by the staff if you all approve me. And I'm willing to do all these 4 items, get the permits for the additions. I've already met with the building officials and got the documents together that I need for the permitting. And they sent me here first. I've already retained the certified arborist. I'll work on the mitigation plan. I'll work on the preservation plan and the tree protection. And the barricades, no problem. And then the mitigation. Like I said, I've already picked out 3 trees at Sunnyside Farms on Johns Island.
Okay. Let's see if anyone else has a question for you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Watts. How are you?
Pretty good.
I guess I'll just get right to the point. Criteria number 6, and it states the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. How can you say that the need for this variance is not based upon your actions of building an unpermitted structure within more than 25% encroachment on this oak tree? You admit that you built the structure, that it was unpermitted, and it was within an area that's disallowed by ordinance to be so close to the tree. tell me how you meet criteria 6.
If I didn't build the structure, I would still be here asking for this variance.
I understand you could ask for it. I don't know that it'd be granted.
Right, but I mean, you said how would I meet that? I'd meet that because I'm coming to ask.
But that's not the case now, because that's not why you're here. You're here because you are in violation of an ordinance, and now you're trying to seek relief. And I can't speak for anybody else on this board, but there's no way I can support this application based on criteria 6 alone. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Watts, thank you for your time this evening. The one question I have for you, so you brought up a new issue that I don't even know if staff has had time to address with the drainage issue on your property. Do you have any documentation of a drainage problem in and around that particular tree and the issues that it's causing your foundations?
It's the lowest, it's the lowest part of the property. And, I've got, have I had a surveyor document grades and elevations? No, but I have, and every time it rains, I get flooded.
Do you have any pictures or anything like that you could share with the board that would
share.
show this particular issue? Because that might be your one key to ultimately solving criteria number 6, if indeed there is a drainage problem that is compromising the integrity of your house.
Okay.
That would be an issue this board, I think, would take serious consideration of.
Yes.
You have those pictures with you, sir?
Yes.
I know he'd have to. Let me ask you a question while you're looking for that.
Yes, sir.
What's the current square footage of your home without that addition that you put on?
So the addition is on the garage, but the house is 1,500 square feet.
Yes, sir.
What's the square footage of the garage?
The garage is roughly 900 square feet. Well, the existing garage is 650 square feet. So the proposed addition adds about, about 350 square feet. Proposed addition. I've got the picture.
You have to give it to them so they can bring it to us, please. Does anyone else have a question for Mr. Watts?
And I actually dug out my foundation on Sunday because the
Now, wait a minute. Let me take a look at this. This was Friday, so that was during the storm.
That was during a storm, yeah. But all the rain this year floods similar to that, and my neighbor's actually here, and he was going to speak on my behalf and explain it.
Mr. Watts, with all due candor here, your entire yard's flooded. Not just around the tree, the entire yard. Would you concur?
Yes, but it floods on two separate halves.
This picture doesn't show us anything. It shows your whole yard flooded because we had a hurricane that came through.
Mr. Boykin, you asked me if I had a picture, so I just provided what I had.
I'm just putting that picture in context.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
And I'll provide other pictures for other rainstorms.
Mr. Woodle?
Do you have any pictures before the flooding, before you started building or adding on to your garage?
I may. I would have to.
Because, I mean, did it enhance after you started building?
No, it actually improved. And it improved because, well, when I first bought the property, the whole driveway was a hole. And the driveway was a hole, and it flooded like the whole yard, like Mr. Boykin says. I raised my driveway so that I didn't drive into a mud puddle every time I drove. And actually, I've had several neighbors comment that I've made the improvements that have, I don't drag mud into the street anymore because I've improved the driveway. Now, improving the driveway has improved some drainage of the property, but it has not improved. It has improved since the garage, the unpermitted addition.
Okay. Anyone else?
Quick question if I can.
Mr. Williams?
Sir, I'm looking at this picture here. could you have just not built the garage and possibly cut the branches on the tree? Because you're talking about the house, you have a garage here and then you have your house. Is there a possibility you could have cut some of those branches off rather than build the garage?
To accomplish what?
Because you were talking about how the tree infringes on your house in different ways.
Yeah, so that would have solved one problem. It wouldn't have solved the drainage problem. And a drainage problem is probably the more serious problem that impacts, compromises the foundation.
Thank you.
Mr. Boykin?
Mr. Watts, I guess the question is, if this drainage problem was such an issue for you, why had you not come to this board before building that structure and asked for relief?
Like I said, I apologize for a poor decision.
But that's not answering my question. Why did you not come to this board before you built that garage and asked for a variance to remove that tree?
Because I made a poor decision.
That's not
To
the
not
answer.
come here.
Okay, thank you. I got what I need. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you so very much for your.
You're welcome.
Wait, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
You said you made a poor decision, so what was your decision that you made?
To move forward with a project unpermitted. That was the bad decision.
Thank you.
And I apologize.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone to speak in favor? Anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve this application, sir.
James Steen, 439 Wapu Road.
Steed?
Steen.
Steen.
Stein.
Okay.
Yes. Would you mind bringing up the site plan with the trees that look like pinwheels? The one before that? Okay, yeah. I was going to keep this short and sweet, but not to go rogue. This is a little deceiving because the tree actually in question is on the very back of the lot. I am in fact his neighbor. My master bedroom and home office face this lot. I can't see the tree. So from an aesthetic point of view, I don't see it affecting anything. I walk my dog, play with my daughter right there in front of his home. I don't see any issues there. I bought my house a couple years before Mr. Watts moved in, and so I have seen the evolution of what's happened over there, for better and worse. He doesn't know this, but I actually entertained the thought of purchasing the house and the lot before he did. And one of the things that held me back from doing so was what happens over there every time we get an inch of rain, never mind a hurricane. And I remember taking photos of that lot years ago when I found them in my phone. So if you're looking for something that's not related to a hurricane is in the middle of April, I have it. Now, as far as the addition goes, I didn't know about all this non-permitting business and whatnot. I do know that the existing structure that is there was added onto. There was a garage / shed there to begin with, and the tree was a nuisance. So I will speak on his behalf as far as that goes. I do know that that tree presents a huge issue in the back of that property, whether the addition was there or not. I've crawled under that house for the woman that used to live there before and pumped water out for her and gotten branches off of her house and tried to help. But it has gotten better, I will say that, and I have no doubt whatsoever that whatever Mr. Watts has in store for that property will do nothing but improve it. So I'm a builder myself. I understand live oaks. I understand their importance. I love them myself. So from a logistic standpoint and an aesthetic standpoint, I don't object. Now, if it was one of the ones in the front, I would just as easily stand here and object. But this one I don't have a problem with. So thank you.
Okay,
I have a picture if you want to see it.
Hold one moment. Does anybody have a question? Mr. Steen? Does anybody, yes, would like to see that picture?
Oh, perfect. from my backyard looking over to his.
Yeah. That's a lot of water on that picture too.
Yeah. That was not a hurricane either. That's in the middle of April.
So based on the pictures, it seems like he has a lot that floods. And so I'm not so sure I'm sold that the removal of one tree makes a difference.
Was that a quick? I think every little bit helps.
Question for, do you all have ditches around that house? Drainage ditches or anything like that?
No, there's a storm drain on the front of the property, and it was my understanding that when that place was developed, however many years ago, everything was supposed to, what's the road that runs behind us? Is it Getty's? Is it? That the lots pitch towards the back, and that runs to the greenway. That doesn't happen anymore, especially with trees like that. So, yeah, it's an issue. We're doing the best we can.
Anyone else? Thank you so very much for your testimony, Mr. Steen. Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in support? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay. This case is closed to the general public. At this time, do we have anyone that have questions of staff? Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
So given the revised testimony about drainage, if you guys had more evidence to corroborate the applicant's position, would that have changed your assessment for this variance request?
A little bit to that. There's actually a lot of data out there about how trees help improve filter stormwater and reduce overall runoff volumes because of the roots are there to soak up the water. The canopy is there to slow the water down as it, reaches the ground. So I would, say that as a point of clarification from my standpoint at least.
Any more questions of staff? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I need a motion to approve or deny this particular case.
There's no one for you to rebut, sir. The only person spoke in favor.
Do I have a motion to approve or deny?
I'll make a motion to deny BZA case number 0822000603. I don't believe that it meets criteria. Well, number 6, I can't get past number 6. I don't believe it also meets criteria 4 and number 3.
Can you give me one reason why?
I believe this was a self-inflicted result of his own actions, and so therefore it doesn't meet criteria 6.
Thank you. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion?
Just for the sake of discussion, in the previous case, not that I want to sit here and defer each and every case that comes before this board, because all that does is create more work for us and the staff. But in this particular instance, why did we as a board not ask the applicant whether or not he's willing to defer? Given that he has brought forth some new evidence regarding drainage and is now not given an opportunity to actually defend that particular position and provide more evidence, such as a site plan or some type of drainage plan that would actually improve drainage on the property that may or may not require the need to remove the tree. Instead, we're putting the applicant in a position to where he has to wait a full year before he could do anything with that tree, if indeed he needed to remove it to improve drainage around this property. Does that question make sense?
It's a great question. I felt that by denial, it was his decision. He did it, and the flooding issue didn't happen because of the addition. The flooding's been there. We've got testimony that it's been there. It's always been there. It's nothing new.
I would add that maybe on procedure-wise,
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Mr. Boykin.
No, sorry. That based on procedure, a motion's been properly made and seconded at this point, so I think it might be late for a deferral unless Mr. Woodall wanted to withdraw his.
Let's hear what Mr. Huger has to say.
I agree with Mr. Boykin. If you want to allow the applicant to request a deferral, that would be up to the board. Because he had the opportunity to speak if there was a rebuttal, but there was no rebuttal, so therefore you've closed it for public comment. So
But are we not already at the point of taking a vote now? Mr. Woodall's got a proper motion made and seconded. Does that not need to be addressed?
yes, but what I'm saying is you can not vote on the motion if the board.
Or we could vote on the motion, and if the motion carries, the motion carries. If it doesn't, then another one could be made to defer at that time. Those are basically our options that are on the table.
Right, but the motion to defer would have to come after the vote for the
I
motion
get
on the
that.
table.
I was putting this out there for the sake of discussion.
Yes. Yes.
A second.
All right. Any more discussion? Any more questions? All right, so we got a motion on the table. It's been properly moved and second.
Discussion.
Yeah, and we had discussion. At this time, all those in favor of denying this case, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So that vote carries. Thank you.
Motion to deny.
The motion, yes. The motion to deny the case has carried. Unfortunately, sir, your case has been denied. Within 10 days, you'll get information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Okay? Thank you. Let's see here. You know what? If you would, let's see if we can get one more through here. Ms. Working is already up here. If I can get, oh gosh. Uh-oh.
What did I do?
Mr. Chair, this is 3 cases wrapped into one.
Yeah, I'm
Y'all
trying.
want to take a break now? And
So, Ms. Working, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. And at that time, we will come back. So at 6:05, let's come back to reconvene. Thank you.
Oh, we forgot to bring a trash can. That's one thing we were. Yeah, I'll add that to the list. Because that's something that we want to keep bringing every time. A little trash bag, yeah. Mr. Ray, there was one.
Okay, I think we are ready to resume. So this time we will start. We have case BZA 0822-00604, and this will be presented by Ms. Working.
And I am going to try to combine all three, in my presentation at least. So the applicant and property owner is Joshua E. Tarr Jr. of Jet Enterprises LLC, represented by Jamie Harefield of Sandtech. They are requesting a variance to remove 3 grand trees for a proposed flex office space at 10359 Highway 78, which is TMS number 385-1500008 in the north area of Charleston County. The subject property is located in the Community Commercial CC zoning district. Adjacent properties are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district and planned development zoning district. The properties across from the subject property on Highway 78 are located in Berkeley County. The proposed flex office space project is currently in the site plan review process. The site is vacant and it's 3.18 acres. So tonight they're requesting 3 variances. So for the first one is the variance for the 3 grand trees. One is a 24-inch magnolia. It was previously approved by the BZA in March 2018, but expired, but that tree has since been removed. The second one is the 39-inch maple, again, previously approved by the BZA in 2018. That tree has been severely pruned. And then the third tree is a 26-inch DBH grand black gum tree, and that tree remains on site. The other 2 variances I will get into later. So this is the requirement for the tree ordinance and the zoomed in aerial. We conducted our site visit on September 15th and posted signs. Here's a picture of the Grand Magnolia. One from 2018 and one from May 2022. Some photographs from 2018 of the black gum, and then a more recent photograph of that one. And then this is some photographs of the maple tree from May 2022. And just some general subject property and surrounding property photographs. This is the site plan. You can see the 2 trees and the plat. So regarding the criteria for the first case, we stated that it meets 1, 2, and 3, and then 5 through 7. We stated that it may meet number 4. And if, as always, you can choose to approve conditions, or deny the application based on the 7 criteria. If you choose to approve the application, we have 3 suggested conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, to establish the proposed business, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of 89 DBH inches by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. Or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to removal of the trees. And 3, prior to construction, the applicant shall install tree barricades around protected trees to be preserved within 40 feet of disturbance pursuant to section 924 of ZELDAR. All barricades shall be inspected and approved by planning staff prior to construction. So the second case, BZA 08-22-00605, is a variance to cite the parking spaces in front of the principal building for the proposed flex office space. So the applicant's letter of intent explains, and quote, the current site plan shows 22 spaces in the front of the building and provides access to all 7 units. Staff stated that the applicant, oh wait, sorry, I messed that up. Anyways, this is just the cover sheet for that case, the ZELDAR, and just a picture of the posting from that day. For the criteria for the second case, we said it meets it may meet 1, 4, 6, and 7, and it meets 2, 3, and 5. And the condition is prior to zoning permit approval to establish the proposed business, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. The third one is BZA 08-22-00606, and this is a variance request to encroach protected trees 8 inches DBH or greater in the required land use buffer for the proposed flex office space. The applicant's letter of intent explains to encroach on protected land use buffer as grading around proposed pond. The pond location is critical to capture off-site drainage and outfall to the appropriate location. The trees within this critical area are pines and gums. And then staff stated that grading around the proposed pond will be detrimental to existing 8-inch DBH trees or greater. Just the zoning ordinance sections again, posting. For this case, we stated that it may meet 1, 4, and 7, and that it meets 2, 3, 5, and 6. The suggested conditions are prior to zoning permit approval. To establish the proposed business, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. And 2, prior to construction, the applicant shall install tree barricades around protected trees to be preserved within 40 feet of disturbance pursuant to section 924 of ZELDAR. All barricades shall be inspected and approved by planning staff prior to construction. You have any questions? It's in order.
I think we're good. Keep going.
No, that's it.
That was it. Okay. Any more questions of staff? Any questions of staff? Thank you, Ms. Worker. Is the applicant present? Please state your name for the application and your address, please, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Harefield, 4969 Centerpoint Drive, North Charleston, South Carolina.
Harefield?
Harefield, just like it sounds.
That's Centerpoint, excuse me.
Yes.
Centerpoint, the mall?
Stantec's office, Centerpoint Drive.
Okay.
So we are requesting 3 different variances, as Ms. Working presented, that the grand trees, 2 of them were previously approved back in 2018 with the previous owner. That expired. So we went ahead when we did the site plan with those being removed. We got an updated tree survey, went back out there and realized they had already been removed. So we're requesting that those be removed, and we are prepared to mitigate on site for 2 of the 3, and then we will probably have to do the mitigation for the 3rd one. do you want to address all I can address all three at one time.
Let's take care of the first case
Okay.
first.
And that's
Okay.
it. Short and sweet.
Yeah, you did that pretty quick. Any questions so far? She's addressing the first case, no? First application. All right, let's talk about the second one. Okay.
And just simply because this is the tree one, we did receive one comment in opposition. It was specifically related to the tree issue. Do you care to address that particular comment?
Well, I think based on our site plan, we've been working with planning, and so I think between the mitigation on site, we're retaining more trees than are required on site, and then the addition of the parking and the enhanced buffers that we're actually adding trees to the site, so it's a benefit.
They also brought up flooding concerns, so if you want to go ahead and address that, or is that
Okay.
one of your upcoming presentations for the other variance?
I can go ahead and address it. So one of the things specifically with this site, I mean, I would say that Gary with county staff is very thorough in his storm drainage and what he requires us to do on site. We are also having to address some off-site drainage onto our site and hold it on our site. So with this development, we're actually treating on-site, off-site drainage that isn't being treated and handled now. We're very particular because of the way we're having to capture that and where we have to discharge into the SCDOT. We're really restricted in how we design that. But it's a pond larger than if we were just addressing our site because we're having to take on off-site drainage.
I got a question for you. I'll come to you. This building is designed for what kind of business that's going to go in there?
We're not specifically sure yet, but it's a flex office space. Some of the units may be more retail geared, but it's got multiple tenants. So what those tenants will be specifically and what their business are is not known yet.
Okay.
Good evening, Ms. Harefield. I guess this is almost just a matter of going through the motions in the sense that one tree's already pretty much essentially removed. It's just a stump, basically, or a big stump. The other one's dead. So again, that's and then the last one obviously is the gum tree, the black gum. Okay. And in looking at your site plan, this is made to be a commercial use property, and I don't see how dealing with your detention pond and keeping the buffer trees and all. I'm not really sure how else you could have situated these buildings other than how you have.
Correct.
So that's all I got. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, you want to entertain this? Well, kind of entertaining the second one.
Okay. The parking, so given that we're not exactly sure what the tenants will be, we are anticipating that some of the units that front 78 will be retail, with the rear of the building being roll-up doors potentially, that we don't want customer parking in the rear and they have to walk around. We're trying to provide the parking along the front that extends the building. So we exceed the 10 spaces allowed in this zoning. And again, as you can see in the site plan with the roll-up doors and the circulation, we're kind of limited on where we can put parking. So I think from an ADA and a pedestrian patron access, that it makes the most sense to keep them along the front. And again, we're adding the buffer and the 30-inch architectural wall to help screen that parking from 78.
How many spots do you have altogether?
There, far as total, I don't think that the site plan. Do you see it? It should be in the site data chart to the bottom.
It says 71 proposed spaces provided.
Thank you. Looking forward. Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Does anyone else have a question? Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
There's one more.
Oh, for the first two. Okay. Well, since we're going to roll in the next one, go ahead.
And then the next one is we encroach grading into the buffer areas around the pond, the south side of the pond. We are proposing that dark line as a wall around the pond. We're trying to design that again because of the pond size and trying to reduce as much impact to trees as possible and not have to grade the shoulders as much as we would. And I'd also state that those trees being impacted are pines and gums, sweet gums. And again, removing those. It's minor impacts, and we're still meeting and exceeding the required tree retention, and then also the addition of buffers and mitigation and parking.
Tell us more about the wall.
It'll be a MSE segmental wall. I did not design the pond, so I don't know the exact design of it, but it'll be a retaining type wall on that one side, and then it's graded to meet grade on the other side.
Anyone else have questions? Okay. Thank you. Anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Applications, plural. Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay. To these three applications. Okay, it's closed to the public. Board members, do you have any questions of staff regarding any of these three applications? I think everybody's looking like I am. Well, if we don't have any questions, hopefully you all are very well versed on what we have before us. We have three applications. We will need three separate motions, and they would have to be voted on separately, okay? Let's all be mindful of that.
Mr. Chair, I'll tackle this one.
And I tell you, let's see how far you're going to take us.
All right.
Nelson.
In the matter of case BZA 0822000604, I would make a motion that we approve. This is a variance request, correct? We have three. All right. So I find that it does meet all 7 of the criteria. I think that staff did an exemplary job of outlining how it meets the 7 criteria. It does have, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. In particular, there being a variance that's been issued before for trees on this property. These conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Criterion 3, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. I believe the applicant has provided clear and convincing evidence of meeting that criterion for Criterion 4. The authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed. They meet that criterion. Criterion 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. This particular project does not change the zoning, and therefore it meets that criterion. Criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own action. And Criterion 7, the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or purposes of the ordinance. In making this motion, I would add the staff's 3 recommended special conditions. That 1, prior to zoning permit approval, to establish the proposed business, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of 89-inch DBH by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2 1/2 inches in caliper equaling inch per inch replacement by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 9.2.6 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations, or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to removal of the trees. And 3, prior to construction, the applicant shall install tree barricades around the protected trees to be preserved within 40 feet of disturbance pursuant to section 9.2.4 of the ZELDAR. All barricades shall be inspected and approved by planning staff prior to construction. This is my motion.
All right, we have a motion on this one. Do we have Mr. Woodall with a second? Discussion or question? Therefore, I need a motion. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Raise your right hand. Aye. Aye. I think that was unanimous. Drive on airborne. 605.
All right. Sorry, I'm trying to get it open and get to the right page here.
Mine's waiting too.
So, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve case BZA 0822000605. In this variance request, I do find that it meets all 7 of the criterion. That 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. That 2, these conditions generally do not apply to other properties in the vicinity. Criterion 3, that because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. I find that it meets Criterion 4. The authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by granting of the variance. For Criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. Again, we meet that criterion. Criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions, and Criterion 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or purpose of the ordinance. I believe that staff did a fantastic job of outlining why all 7 of these criterion have been met. In making this motion, I would add the 1 special condition recommended by staff, that prior to zoning permit approval to establish the proposed business, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process.
Very good. Do I have a second? Second, Mr. Chair. All right. Thank you, Mr. Boykin. Questions? Excuse me, not questions. Discussion. I need a motion. Well, I got a motion. I need to bring it to the vote. Excuse me. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. All right, that's unanimous. All right. And 606, sir.
All right. In the case of BZA 0822000606, I make a motion that we approve this variance request as well. I find that it meets all 7 of the criterion required of a variance approval. That 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. That 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. That 3, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. I find that it also meets criterion 4. The authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed. Criterion 5, that the BZA should not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use that is not otherwise permitted in this zoning district. And Criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. and Criterion 7 that granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. Like the prior two motions, I believe that staff's report is sufficient in describing how these criterion have been met. And in making this motion, I would add the two special conditions requested by staff. That one, prior to permit approval, prior to zoning permit approval to establish the proposed business, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. And two, prior to construction, the applicant shall install tree barricades around protected trees to be preserved within 40 feet of disturbance pursuant to section 9.2.4 of the ZELDAR. All barricades shall be inspected and approved by planning staff prior to construction.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, thank you. Discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. Again. Very good, Mr. Nelson. Very good. You did have practice. Folks, congratulations. Within 10 days, you will get information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. You'll get that by certified mail. Good night. Our next case is case BZA-08-22-00607, and that will be done by Ms. Murray.
All right. The applicant and property owner, Gervais Hill of Acorn Haven LLC, Mike Johnson of Three Oaks Contractors, Inc., the representative, and Jimmy Harold McCants, the property owner of the property ending in 051, have filed a special exception request for the establishment of a resource extraction mining use in the agricultural, residential, AZR, and rural agricultural zoning districts at 3290 Joe Wright Road, which is TMS 275000051, 2954 Edenvale Road, which is TMS 275000074, 2986 Edenvale Road, which is TMS 275000075, and 3053 Edenborough Road, which is TMS 27500000292, which are all on Johns Island in Charleston County. Here are the sections of the zoning ordinance stating that a special exception is required, as well as the conditions that need to be met. Here is the zoning map, which shows the subject properties as well as the adjacent properties being located in the Charleston County zoning district, with a majority of the parcels being located in either AG8 agricultural preservation or AGR agricultural residential zoning districts. So currently, the 4 subject properties are in site plan review for the development of the proposed resource extraction. There are a couple different pieces to this, so I'm going to try and break it down. The request includes current active areas and retroactive areas. On this application, we'll also see some planned future expansions, but as I understand, those will have to come back to the board for approval. So we really just want to focus on the retroactive and the active. Of the 4 properties combined, there are a total of 110.25 acres with 60.88 acres of total affected area. All right, here is an aerial view of the properties, and here's a kind of zoomed in aerial. And this one zooms all the way out. Here is some photos of the subject properties. So this is showing that beginning where you'd enter the Hall Road. Here's some of the other, these are all the places where the signs were posted. Here is an overall mine site picture. Some of these were provided by the applicant. Here's the existing Hall Road. Subject property, so the first one shows pond segments 1 through 4. The second shows pond B2005 and A2015. Here is segment B 2007. Subject property segments A 2005 and A 2010. This shows the proposed expansion to segment 16 and then proposed segment 19. Proposed segment 16 and 18. Some more shots of that. 16 and 18 again. This is the proposed segment 22. This is the subject property off of Joe Wright Road. Here is the overall site plan. There are a few pages. Here's the second page. Some more site plan photos. Here's the plat. Page 2. Of the criteria, staff believes that this request meets criteria 4. It may meet 1, 2, 5, and 6, and it may not meet 3, criteria 3. So this one shows the proposed mine modifications. This one is the proposed reclamation map for the mine. Okay, so the board may approve with conditions or deny case BZA 08-22-00607, the special exception request for the establishment of a resource extraction mining use in the AGR zoning and rural agricultural zoning district. If the board chooses to approve this application, there are a few criteria. Number 1, prior to zoning or permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the days and hours of operation for this project shall not exceed Monday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. 3, the applicant property owner shall obtain all applicable zoning and building permits for unpermitted buildings and structures. 4, the applicant shall provide a 100-foot land use buffer along parcel 27500000076, which shows on segment 19. The applicant shall be responsible for any damage to roads associated with the resource extraction and coordinate with the state in maintaining and repairing the roads as necessary. Condition 6, the applicant shall provide fertilization treatments for grand trees located at Project Hall roads. 7, the applicant shall install chain link tree barricades at the drip line of all grand trees within 40 feet of the total mine and disturbance area. These barricades are meant to aid in the preservation of these protected trees and shall be in place at all times during construction. The barricades shall be inspected and improved by county staff prior to the zoning permit to start construction of this proposed resource extraction. 8, the applicant or owner shall post an all-weather sign on the Hall Road entrance gate visible from the Edenvale Road right-of-way, listing the name and contact information of the mine operator. This person listed will serve as a contact for the project in case there are any compliance issues that arise during the mining operation. And 9, any further expansion or changes will require review and approval from the Board of Zoning Appeals. Before I open it up for questions, there are 2 cases. This is a special exception, and there's also a variance. Do you guys want to do this one at a time, or do you want to go into the variance? Okay.
Go ahead with the next one.
And for the first case, we received 6 opposition letters in the supplemental packet. This is the map. We can go over this again. In blue are the letters we received in support of the application, and in red are the letters we received in opposition. There were other opposition letters. These are just the neighbors that are on the map. Okay, so we have case BZA 08-22-00608. This is a variance request to reduce the required 100-foot industrial type 2 land use buffer by 50 feet to 50 feet for the proposed resource extraction mining use and by 90 feet to 10 feet for the mine haul road. The applicant, property owner, and representative are the same for this case. Here is the zoning ordinance section stating the industrial type and the required buffer. Here are the subject parcels. Here's an aerial, just zoomed out aerial. So for this request, staff find that this request may meet criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, and the request does, the request meets criteria 5 and may meet 7. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny case BZA 08-22-00608, the variance request to reduce the required 100-foot industrial type 2 land use buffer by 50 feet to 50 feet for the proposed resource extraction by 90 to 10 at Mine Hall Road at 3290 Joe Wright Road, 2954 and 2986 Edenville Road, and 3053 Edenborough Road on Johns Island in Charleston County. If the board chooses to approve, we recommend the following conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. And 2, the applicant shall provide a 100-foot land use buffer along parcel 275000076, which is segment 19. And then these are the site plan pages and plat. So now, any questions of staff?
Mr. Boykin.
I'll start, Ms. Murray. When you refer to retroactive, does that mean that they have been mining this property with no permit in place at the time?
So they had an original approval from, I believe it was 1997, but there were some expansions done to that. So the Charleston County approval was for that original 1997, and they had other approvals from DHEC that covered the expansion, but not from Charleston County.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Nelson?
Let's ask a follow-up question. The 1997 approval, did it include all of these parcels as part of the approval, or just a smaller portion of the original mine?
I will have to double check.
So this original conditional use permit included 2 parcels. It would have been 074 and 075 and covered approximately 17 acres. And they have expanded outside of parcel quantity as well as acreage.
Go ahead, Mr. Morgan. What's your question?
I guess the next question I had, the ingress and egress is to be on Edenvale Road. Do you have a picture of where that is and what's adjacent to that entrance by chance?
So let's go back to the pictures. So sort of, it should show. Okay. There are a lot of slides in there. Okay. So this is one half of it. It's this side, and then the 3 signs on the right hand side. That's the other half of it. Okay. From visiting the parcel, it's wooded across, so I can't say for sure what is behind all the trees. But directly across from the Hall Road, it was another wooded parcel.
So if I'm to understand this right, all these parcels in totality are about 110 acres, and the area disturbance is over 60 acres? So almost more than half of the property's been consumed in a dirt pit mine.
So that does include the active and retroactive. I believe that includes the future as well, the 60.
Okay.
Another good question. Anyone else? Ms. Whitson-Smalls?
No question.
Very good, Ms. Murray. Very good, very good. All right, is the applicant present? All right, now you got 2 balls in play. So I'm going to give you a little bit more time. Of course, you know you can get 5 minutes for each. So if you would start with 607.
Okay.
Okay.
My name is.
Well, yeah, I'm just going to.
Okay.
So if you would, yes, please state your name and address for the record, and let's go through this step by step and case by case, okay?
Okay. I am Gervais Hills. Home address is 3689 Angel Oak Road, Johns Island. I first want to state that the question that Mr. Boykin asked, that we were fully permitted through Charleston County and DHEC in 1995, 97, before, do I need to introduce him?
I can only do one at a time. Thank you.
Okay. We were fully permitted. The parcel tax map ending in 074 and 075. This mine has been in operation since 1997. We have only one access. It's a paved driveway a half mile into the property, only on Edenvale. The staff was in error in pointing out an access off of Joe Wright Road. Okay. All right, let me give you all a little bit of background. So I am one of the owners of Three Oaks Contractors and Acorn Haven LLC. Both companies are locally owned and family businesses. The owners are lifelong residents of Johns Island, going back for 3 generations. Three Oaks Contractors was established by my father in 1950, serving Charleston, Johns Island, surrounding islands. My brothers and I now are the 2nd generation owners. 3 of us reside on Johns Island, have never left, and 1 is on Edison. Our family has strong ties to Johns Island. And its land. Starting with my grandfather in 1907, 1909, and uncles who started farming, and we still live on the family property. Excuse me. We feel that we've been good stewards of the land and plan to continue to do so. My family members and I have placed on our personal property conservation easements, but both on Johns Island and elsewhere. So we understand the importance of land, and we are attached to that. The mine is an extension of our business, which requires soil for home sites, landscaping, roads, and commercial projects. 90% of the soil generated from this mine is used on Johns Island and the surrounding islands. Without access to soil from this mine, it is necessary to haul soil from off of Johns Island, adding approximately 40 miles round trip extra distance and adding 20 to 30% more trucks traveling onto and off of Johns Island to provide soil that is necessary for local projects. And to repeat, in 1997, we went through the Charleston County permitting process for a mining permit and were issued a conditional use permit, CUP 1280-P, on December the 16th, 1997. We were also issued a state DHEC permit and all related permits, a state DHEC mine operating permit, October the 13th, 1997. Our intent was to add additional mine areas in the future as needed, and there is a reference to future expansion on our county approved site plan dated 1997. In 2003, we saw the need to expand the mined area. We applied to DHEC and we were issued a modification to our DHEC permit August the 12th, 2003. During this process, I dealt directly with DHEC and was under the assumption that the conditional use permit issued in 1997 included this expansion. This was an honest oversight on my part, and I admit I was wrong. DHEC granted me that modification to expand the mine. Over the years, I continued the same process, wrongly excluding the county, for a total of 6 modifications, all approved by DHEC, with a 7th one that is on hold with DHEC pending the decision of this board. For the past 24 years, Three Oaks has been operating this mine and serving the local community without any complaints from neighbors or any environmental issues. We acknowledge that we are out of compliance with current county zoning regulations and are very willing to take the necessary steps to bring the mine into compliance. We have been working with the planning staff for over a year to do so. In addition to using the land for mining soil, our family and friends also use the completed mined areas for recreational activities, which we plan to continue for the current generation and the future generations. And that's it.
Okay, so that's, you giving testimony for both 607 and 608.
Well, I can add, let me add, I forgot about the variances. Okay.
Continue.
Okay. In 1997, the Charleston County buffer for a mine was 50 feet. DHEC's buffer in 1997 and currently is 50 feet. So we were granted the 50-foot buffer with the original mine permit. Therefore, when I continued permitting modifications with DHEC, I continued using the 50-foot buffer, which DHEC granted me their mine modifications 6 times. The areas where we have 50-foot buffers, the mine is already dug and either full of water as a finished pond, or we have one section that is dug and we're using it, we're permitted through DHEC to backfill with unsuitable soil, nothing man-made. This is soil that's not suitable for home building, road construction, etc. That is dug out. That area has a 50-foot buffer and will be backfilled and turned into a grassland. The new expansions that we're requesting, we have 100-foot buffers against the residential properties, and as requested by the county. So the variance is retroactive, I believe, for the 50-foot buffers where we've already completed the mining. I was under the impression from the staff that we are actually requesting the special exemption for all the mining additions as well, and that's not a separate process. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's the way it's.
Ms. Murray?
When I last spoke with site plan review staff, they said that the future portions of the mine would require additional approvals from the board.
Okay.
I can clarify that. So the applicant's application says they're requesting 18, 19, and 22, those segments.
Yes.
Anything outside of that requires future site plan review.
Okay. Then that answers my question. What we were asking for is included in this request.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. Okay.
And we are wrong. We're here to attempt to work through that, so we can continue there. We do feel like we respect the land. Yes, we're digging holes. We're not filling them with garbage. We're not leaving them uncompleted. We're going to complete. We're not going anywhere. We've been here since 1950. So.
Okay. Thank you so very much for that testimony. Okay. So we're going to try to address them one at a time, okay, board members? Does anybody have questions? All right, Mr. Borkin.
Good evening, Mr. Hills. So I think I've gathered from your testimony, you've cleared out a lot of my confusion as far as you had your permits from DHEC all along.
Yes.
And you had the original permit from the county, and it's your testimony here tonight that you thought that original was all you needed for the county's portion of approval to operate your mines out there. Is that correct? Okay. And in fact, I guess when these pits will be completed, you have a requirement by DHEC that they have to stay out there when all the mining activity is over with. They have to wait a year and come out and make sure all your banks are graded appropriately and vegetation is growing and they're stabilized. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have bonds on all of the acreage permitted by DHEC. Those bonds are there so that should we default, I assume that DHEC would then take the bond money and contract out the completion of the work. We have no intention of doing that.
Yes, sir. May I ask, I guess, what will be the final rendition of this property as far as what will it become? I mean, what is your aim? Will it be developed for housing, or can you shed any light on that?
Honestly, we have no plans for any changes. I don't know exactly. We do not have any plans for any changes at this time. Obviously, I can't foresee way down the road. The second generation is 5 to 7 years away from retirement. We have third generation coming on board. We all have no plans at this time other than to restore the areas to either grassland or ponds at this time.
Okay. All right. That's all I've got right now.
Very good, Mr. Borkin. Any other questions? Nelson?
Mr. Hill, good to see you. As part of approving the special exception, we do have to make sure that all 6 of the criteria have been met. And county staff suggested that maybe you are not meeting criteria 3, which is adequate provision for such items as setbacks, buffering, et cetera, to protect adjacent properties from possible adverse influence of the proposed use. Can you expound upon that and how you meet that particular criteria, or how you believe you meet it?
For protecting the adjacent properties, well, we have, as I said, the 50-foot buffers, some of which we're asking a variance on, and then 100-foot buffers on the new areas. Our haul road has been there and is paved, so we don't have dust near neighbors since 1997. Our water discharge is permitted by DHEC, and we have the, I believe, NPDES, maybe I got that wrong, permit for the discharge going into the county canal, which crosses our property. And we discharge our water from current excavation areas through a series of existing ponds. So it's filtered, and then we have 500 to 1,000 feet of open ditch. By the time the water gets to public lands, it's very, very clear. We have it monitored as required by DHEC monthly. We're leaving any trees that we can. We don't take down anything more than we need to.
Thank you.
A quick follow-up. I guess the next question I had is, first a question of staff. The 100-foot requirement, do we know when did that go into effect for Charleston County? Was it the 2001 comp plan, or did it come later? Do y'all know?
I'm pretty sure it was 2001.
Okay. And this mine's been open since 1997. Mr. Hills, in the areas where you have a 50-foot buffer that is not in compliance, were any of those ponds started prior to 2001?
Yes.
Okay, so at the time...
Not all of them, but some of them.
But some of them were that they would have been in compliance at the then requirement of 50 feet.
Yes.
But that it changed to 100 feet. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? He was trying to give you a chance to say something, but you okay? Okay. Do we have anyone else? Oh, okay. You're coming forward. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record. You might want to pull that mic down a little bit. There we go.
My name is Denise Moseman, and I live at 3038 Edenvale Road. In 1997, I bought the 49 acres directly adjacent to the dirt pit. I have since sold off parcels I couldn't use, and I am the 076 parcel. Okay? I do not need a 100-foot buffer between me and the mine. We are all good stewards of the land right there. I don't have any problem with the 50-foot buffer being maintained. The haul road has never been dusty. There's trees throughout from Edenvale Road all the way back to where you get to the actual pit. And I don't have a problem with any truck noise. If anything, they slow the traffic down on Edenvale Road, which is a direct 2-mile speedway between River and Bohicken. So cars go way more faster than the truck traffic. So, and their entrance to the pit is right about exactly in the middle of Edenvale Road. So it does help having the trucks go on the road. I was just looking at the variance request in 607. To me, it seems like the mine has been there for as long as I've been the neighbor, and I think that they should be able to continue the operation. if anything, they have helped the surrounding land. They give the entire community an opportunity to buy dirt at certainly a less cost than if they had to go. Like for me, I had to use Murray sand out of Dorchester County, and that was just outrageously expensive. So I would like to see the dirt pit continue there. The wildlife has flourished in the last 25 years. We have a flock of about 40 turkeys that circulate between their property and my property. The deer have been everywhere. I mean, I know that they do probably hunt, but I don't have a problem with their property, and they help the whole entire wildlife community there. On the variance for the 608 request, I really think that that's 100 foot is, it's like taking the use of the land away from them. When you add up the whole perimeter of all the parcels, it came up to about 16 acres. And you're not giving them any money for that 16 acres you're denying the use of. So the 50-foot buffer, I think, is well within a reasonable amount to be adequate for the surrounding property. It certainly is for me, and I'm on a good portion of that length. Is probably, I don't know, 1,500 feet or more, 1,800 feet of my adjacent land is along their Hall Road and other forested land. So
Okay.
I'm in favor of both exceptions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold one moment.
Oh, yes.
Do we have anyone with a question? Thank you so very much for your testimony today. Do we have anyone else to speak? There we go. In favor.
I own parcel 244 that is along the pit road, where the trucks drive.
Okay.
So
if you would state your name and address,
Oh,
please.
sorry,
for the record.
Tanya Doman, 3028 Edenville Road.
And you are which parcel?
I'm parcel 244 on the pit road there.
I apologize.
So I have no issues with the trucks. They've been there since 1996. I've owned the property, I want to say, for 15 years. When I received the property, I was well aware what I was getting into. When I planned my house, I put it in the middle of that parcel. So I was aware that, yes, there's a dirt pit. Yes, there's trucks. They were there first, so I'm going to respect their entity. As far as the trucks on Edenville Road, they do slow down the traffic. I've never had a truck flip over in my front ditch, but I can tell you I've had plenty of vehicles that have flipped over in my front ditch because they do drive very fast when they're the smaller cars. But these trucks are slowing down to make the turn. They're slowing down to come off the property. So I just feel like they've been doing this since 1998, let them to continue. They're a great family. They have grandchildren who do ski in that water park, so I do see that they have fun back there. So I just accept both variances. Thank you.
Okay, hold on one moment.
Get away with that question.
No, I gotta reel you back in. Does anyone else have any questions of this young lady? You use the ponds?
We have a pond also, yes.
Okay, all right.
So
it's a benefit to you?
it is. It does help with drainage and keeps the water flowing. So
Okay.
very good.
Well, thank you for your testimony. We have anyone else to speak in favor? All right. Please, sir, state your name and address.
Sir, good evening. Mark Adams, 3005 Edenville Road, Johns Island, South Carolina. I'll go ahead and echo the two young ladies that were up here earlier talking about how good these people are as neighbors. I would just ask that you, if you do approve it, go ahead and do it with the condition that they don't change the hours on Saturday. I'd prefer not to hear the bottom of the back end of the dump truck at 7 in the morning. We have, traffic's bad enough on Johns Island with the weekly rental exchanges with Keogh and Seabrook that we don't need to add it. So if you just keep the existing Saturday hours that they have and not modify it to 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions for this gentleman? Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
So what are the current hours on Saturday?
According to here, it says, what does it say? 8 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Okay.
And then somebody had a question to staff as to what properties surround these areas. There's a bed and breakfast right next door. There's a residential, large acreage right next to the right of it. And then you have 3 or 4 residential properties diagonally or directly across the street from the entrance. Anywhere from 8 acres to probably 40 acres. 2 of the families have 3 or 4 children under the ages of 16. One has 4 children under the ages of 11 or 12. And then you've got huge acreage throughout the area.
You know your neighbors, don't you? That's good.
In this area, you have to. Yeah.
That's good. It's good to have a representation of Johns Island here.
Yeah.
More questions? Mr.
A quick
Walker?
question of staff.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
Is there any request to change the hours in this? I didn't see it, and I was just.
Yeah, there was a request. Ooh, sorry.
607, number 2.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions of staff? Okay, do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do you have anyone else to speak in favor of these 2 applications? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay. Well, we got you 2 there. You come 1 and 3. Okay. We'll start with the lady first. Please state your, good evening. Hi. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should deny this case or these applications.
Sure. I'm Dixie Keller. I live at 3039 Edenborough Road. It is parcel number 049. You can see here.
Okay, I see it.
So my name is Dixie. I'm a daughter of a South Carolina farmer. My husband and I own 5 acres at the end of Edenborough Road, which is labeled on this map as parcel number 49, which I have highlighted in green. You will notice the amount of blue area highlighted around us on the map is land currently owned by Three Oaks Construction for the purposes of extraction mining. One of the mines borders the long side of my property, with the mine being about 150 feet away from my back door. Over the years that I've lived at this address, I have watched as the pit has grown and become a giant pond with an incredibly steep berm. This process has been incredibly loud, with a constant stream of heavy machinery, loud beeps, and the sound of dirt falling from the excavator bucket to the bottom of a dump truck all day long. Three Oaks has previously had approval to mine more than 100 acres, and this is not the only mine in the area. Within 1 mile of my home, there is the land owned by Three Oaks Construction, a completed mine just down the street off of Wine Road, and another across the street from River Road with no end in sight. It's huge if you look at the map. The previous mines cannot be undone, but I prefer they not continue. Please do not approve the permit for parcel 292, which backs up to my property and makes 2 sides of my property subject to mining. The land is currently zoned residential, and there is no study of the grand trees, of which there are many. The mines have grown by acres over the years, and it's time to stop by residential property. And I can show you an example of some of the residential or the grand trees that are on our property, if that would help. Which borders.
Okay. All right. Just keep the smile there now. Keep the smile. Okay. Do we have any questions of Miss Dixie? You have the pictures, you say?
Yeah, I can show you.
Tell me a little bit about the pictures now, because I don't want to speculate.
At the very corner of our property, there is an incredible oak tree. That's what she's showing you. There's another one at a different corner of our property, which is also incredible. It's got my husband and my dog in the picture too. Nice little family portrait. But there's a ton of beautiful trees in the property. So we own 5 acres. About 2.5 is cleared, and about 2.5 is just wooded area, which is what we love about the property. We love the trees. We love that it's secluded and quiet for the most part. And the trees that she's showing you is just one example. There has been no study of the trees in the back lot, which is what they're trying to add to the mine. So in doing so, there would be a removal of plenty of trees. In the current proposal that they have, there's several trees in question that they would like to remove. There's some that are smaller, which I understand, and there's some that are bigger than the 8 inches, which is kind of that like favored area. So there are plenty of trees around.
When did you move out there, Miss? What was the last name again? It wasn't Dixie. I know Dixie's your person. What was
It is Dixie Keller.
Keller.
Yep.
Okay. How long have you been out there, Miss Keller?
We have lived there since 2020.
Okay, so you just moved out there.
Yes, the land was purchased by the previous owner, and before that it was all woods, which was great. And then they purchased it, cleared a little bit, pulled a house on it, and then lived there for 5 years, and then we purchased it.
Okay. Mr. Boykin?
We'll try to maybe deal with one of your concerns. Ms. Murray, I haven't seen it come up yet, but in these proposed areas of disturbance they're asking for this expansion, do they not have to submit a tree survey to assure that there are no grand trees in the footprint of where they're going to put the pond or where they're going to mine?
As a part of their site plan review process, they would have.
So that would be addressed. Y'all would insist upon knowing where all the grand trees are to make sure that they would not encroach or remove.
Any of those trees would have needed a variance.
Ms. Keller, that would be addressed in a different matter. Okay, and I guess the other question, I would say to you, were you aware of the dirt pit when you bought the property?
Yes, I was aware of it. It's one of those things that 5 acres on Johns Island is hard to find, especially one that's already got power and sewer and is livable. We were in a financial position that we could afford that one, but we couldn't afford to do all of that work ourselves. So
I am sympathetic to your plight, but I would have to point out that pit or operation has been running for 25 years, so it's not like it just started up.
I will say that the land directly behind us was purchased just after our property was. Okay. So that is a new addition to this. I understand that 25 years, the history, I get that. Like I can't undo it. It's a huge, giant pit, right? But the new one, I would prefer if it wasn't there. Just literally a corner of my property will be touching this if they were to continue.
Well, okay. All right.
Okay. Anyone else? Ms. Keller, thank you for your testimony. Same thing, sir. Please name and address.
Yeah. My name is Kenneth Keller. Same address, 3039 Edinburgh Road, plot number 049 on that map. That was my wife, obviously. So I just want to echo some of the things that she said.
Tell me something different.
Yeah, okay, all right. So one of the biggest things that we've talked about tonight is the sound of excavation pits.
She talked about that.
Yes, but what we haven't talked about is what happens after 7 o'clock, right? So after 7 o'clock, the sump pumps come on, which I don't know if any of you have really sat next to a sump pump for long. It sounds a lot like a generator, 2-stroke engine running in the middle of the night, and it is constant. So you have the banging of the equipment during the day, and then you have the sump pump at night. And, those two things combined means that, all those animals and things that we want to invite into the nature around there, they don't really like that very much. Now, for about a year now, the mine hasn't been active, right? So in that year, I personally have seen my respiratory health kind of improve a little bit. I suffer from seasonal allergies and, dust and things that kicks up kind of affect me a little bit. So that combined with some of the sound at night, we've kind of seen the nature kind of come back. And, with this mine, the abandoned mine, the mine across the street, we got to really know when to stop, right? So this land has been heavily affected by mines in the area, and we have on our side a history with dealing with mines in this area. So like in 2013, a kid drowned in a pond left by a mine. And, you know, that's their kid yesterday, but that's my kid tomorrow. So I know we just moved out there 2.5 years ago, but trying to improve the land, to improve my community. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, good testimony. We have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Keller.
Yeah,
Very
appreciate
good
it. Appreciate your
testimony.
time.
No, sir, thank you. We have anyone else to speak? Yes, ma'am. Although you've been up here before, we asked the same thing.
Yes, good to see y'all again. I'm Riley Egger, Land, Water, and Wildlife Project Manager with the Coastal Conservation League at 131 Spring Street, Charleston, South Carolina. While I definitely feel for Mr. Hill and support local communities and local people, this is a 25-year oversight. When you apply for a mining permit, you have to designate whether or not local zoning allows for the mining use. When you go for the modification, you have to assert that you're allowed to mine on this property. The mining laws within South Carolina are extremely, extremely weak. And that's why DHEC is actually undergoing a renovation of the mining laws that starts just this Wednesday, because they recognize the deficiencies within the mining laws that there is. What they've said for the past 10 years or however long, people have been complaining is that where mines are located is up to the local municipality. And to me, the most concerning part is that the public was cut out of the process for this mine. People were, well, the mine has been there for 25 years. When did the permit stop? When did the public and adjacent property owners no longer get a voice in what was the future of their community? And I think that's an important part to take into consideration, because by mining, you're completely limiting the use of that property. Sand is a non-renewable resource. Once it's gone, it's gone. There's no other uses really for that property. And we know that the reclamation standards for mining are extremely weak. That's one of the deficiencies that need to be updated. So while I feel for Mr. Hill, I do feel like this is a pretty severe oversight and that they should not be granted approval for expansion. And one other note is that there are 15 mines on Johns Island. Mining has always been a problem on Johns Island, and that's actually one of the reasons why Charleston County updated their mining ordinances to say that mines shouldn't be within 2.5 miles of each other. And by approving this, it will be within 2.5 miles of many, many other mines that are already permitted.
Okay. I think Mr. Boykin has a question for you.
Ms. Ayer, one moment, please. Ms. Murray, I'm sure that y'all, before y'all prepared for this hearing tonight, did y'all do your research and verify that there aren't any mines within 2.5 miles of this site?
The site plan review came in before that new ordinance. They've been in the site plan review process. So the Zeldar that's in your pocket is
Came after they were already in the pipeline.
Right.
So unfortunately, that new ordinance
this
change
one.
doesn't apply to this case. That's why I was trying to say that's one thing. Next question, I guess, at the same time. Did the BZA exist in 1997?
I think so.
Okay. And I would presume, again, that there would be a hearing such as this to granted the authorization for the mine in its inception. Does that not be right?
Yeah, it was just a conditional use permit.
Okay. Was that done through the BZA or was that done by county administration?
It was done through the BZA or Planning
Okay.
Commission, but
The point I was trying to make is I think there was a public process then to get this mine established, and the evidence presented so far is that they've been in compliance with DHEC, and it is an oversight, and that's what we're trying to cure tonight. But this is not, I guess, a new mine that's being created. It's just the allowance of this existing mine to continue anyway. All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Question? Mr. Woodall? No? Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
you
you.
for your testimony.
Page 1 of the variance report talks about the hours. Paragraph 2.
I saw that.
Okay. Page 1, paragraph 2 of the variance.
A quick question, Mr. Chair. Can one of y'all please tell me what the existing hours for Saturday were before y'all put in the conditions or recommendation for the Saturday hours? And I'm really just addressing Saturday because that was an issue raised by.
8 to 2. Let's see.
Okay. All right.
Do we have anybody else to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition of either two applications? Okay. Now, sir, you have the right of rebuttal.
As far as the hours go, actually, I believe the staff pointed out too, is that standard working hours on Saturday were the 7 to 4, or whatever's in there. However, we have no problem staying with our original 8 to 2. When
Okay.
the staff offered additional hours, we took them up on it.
Sure.
And with due respect to the Kellers,
Look this way, please, sir.
Okay.
Address us. Don't address them. Thank you.
when we were digging next to their property, it was prior to the house that they live in. That land did not have a house there. The owner that built the house had built the house after we were working in that area next to their property. I understand that noise is an issue, but I just wanted to state that. Also, the fact that that section next to their property is permitted by DHEC to be backfilled as grasslands. So at some point, can't say right yet when, it will be backfilled and no longer a hole, and have grass or trees if we plant trees. And then the point about the location of other mines on Johns Island, yes, I know there are a lot of mines on Johns Island, 99.9% of which are not active. There's only one small pond that I'm aware of that still has some life left in it, unless there's some other applications in place. The demand for soil is there. I live on Johns Island. I make my living doing this. I wish the traffic was not as bad. I wish there were not as many people on Johns Island. And I do make my living doing this. But as long as people are moving to Johns Island, there's going to be a demand for soil. It's going to come from somewhere. And it makes sense to me to come from a closer distance to where it's going to end up, as opposed to traveling from Ravenel, which is our only other option now, from Ravenel, 165, down 17, down Main Road, on Johns Island, off Johns Island. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
One moment. Do we have any questions? Oh, okay.
Just real quick. Mr. Hills, you're well aware of the Grand Tree Ordinance, are you not?
The what?
The Grand Tree Ordinance in Charleston County?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
yes.
And is it your testimony here tonight that you abide by that you understand what trees are protected and y'all don't go digging down protected trees without a permit?
That's correct. And as a matter of fact, I'll speak to that. We have already had our tree surveys done of all of the property, the entire property impacted by the area that's already been mined, and the future areas. Parcel next to the Kellers, which is 292, we've had a tree survey done on it, and on our 5 acres, it was logged 100%. In addition to doing the tree survey, I'm just pointing out that it was logged within the last 8 or 10 years. So there's nothing on there but volunteer pines. But we've had the tree surveys done, and I realize that that's part of our site plan review.
If this board were to approve your application, you're fine with the 8 to 2 hours that you already have on Saturday?
On Saturday, yes.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
I got one question of you as well. 292 and 049, when this area becomes revitalized, would you be opposed to putting trees there rather than just let it be grassland to help buffer some of the noise? Because grassland doesn't have the effect
Yes.
that would pine trees.
We
or,
would probably do that anyway.
Well, I guess what I'm asking for us to put a stipulation on you whether
Okay.
we do that
Yes, now,
rather
are you
than
going to dictate what type of tree? Or can it be pine trees?
well, pine to something.
Yes.
Trees are going to give you more buffer than you would grassland, and that's just what I'm thinking. Basically, here in their testimony. You want to help me with that?
I was going to help you, yes,
That-
sir.
oh,
Okay.
okay.
I think what Mr. Hills was getting to, if I'm understanding you correctly, do y'all have a forest management plan on that property as well? For
Yes
timber?
and no, we have
Okay.
done some thinning
Okay,
in the past
okay.
by foresters.
Would a future, is a potential future use going to be potentially timber? Or don't know?
That's a good option, but I honestly don't, I wouldn't commit to that, but I will, if we, particularly the buffers where there's a 50-foot buffer next to the Kellers, for example, once we backfill that, we'll plant pines in there and not harvest those or something along that lines. I don't know what, I can't speak to the way down the road.
Let me ask one quick question, because I think we're all trying to get to the same place. Ms. Murray, will he be required to have the 100-foot buffer for the Keller property? Or will he be allowed, is he asking for a variance for just 50 feet?
Yes, it will. On the site plan
ma'am.
submitted, it does show a 100-foot buffer.
Thank you. Okay,
off
that answers my question.
On that side.
on that side from the
Okay.
292.
Thank you. That was one. Yeah,
That's
okay,
good then.
Okay. Yes.
And if you take a look, it also shows a 50-foot buffer plan west of the Keller's property, but then a 100-foot buffer plan north.
Okay. All right.
That's adequate.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anybody else have any questions? Comments?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right. Closed to the general public. Okay. Board members, do we have any more questions of staff? All right, we're winding down on time here, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Nelson was gracious enough to do one like that. Do we have another board member who's gone two? And don't everybody put their head down now. You know what? You might be the MVP for the day. You willing?
Well, Mr. Chair, I don't have the correct one open at the moment, but in the case of BZA 0822-00607, I'm going to make a motion that we approve this variance request. In doing so, I find that it meets all six. Hold on, let me make sure I'm getting this right. This is the special exception. All right, sorry. Trying to talk and open the file at the same time. The notebook is so much better in that regard. But be that as it may, I like that we're saving trees, right?
No, I got your paper down here if you want to borrow it.
Thank you. All right, for BZA 0822-00607, I would like to make a motion that we approve the special exception request. In doing so, I find that it does meet all six of the criteria necessary for the special exception. One, it is consistent with the recommendations contained in Charleston County's comprehensive plan and the character of the underlying zoning district as indicated in the zoning district description. That two, it is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare and character of the immediate community. I am sympathetic to the new neighbors to the property, but the overarching weight of the comments that we've received were actually in support of the mine. So I'm compelled by the number of neighbors that have actually come out in support of this particular application. For condition 3, that adequate provisions are made for such items as setback buffering to protect adjacent properties from possible adverse influence of the proposed use, such as noise, vibration, dust, glare, odor, traffic congestion, and similar factors. And Mr. Hill did a very good job of outlining the various techniques that they're using to try and reduce impacts upon their neighbors. Criterion 4, where applicable, will be developed in a way that will preserve and incorporate any important natural features. I find that it meets this criterion. Criterion 5, that it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of this ordinance, including but not limited to any use conditions, zoning district standards, or site plan review requirements of the ordinance. And that Criterion 6, it meets vehicular traffic and pedestrian movement on adjacent roads shall not be hindered or endangered. It's actually interesting that some testimony pointed out that the truck traffic on this particular road slows down traffic. That's the first time we've heard that testimony.
That's the first time I've heard it.
All right. In doing so, I will move that we accept all 9 of the conditions outlined by staff with one modification to condition 2. So we'll start with 1. Prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. That 2, the days and hours of operation for this project shall not exceed Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturdays from 8 to 2 p.m.
Good, you got it.
That 3, the applicant shall obtain all applicable zoning and building permits for unpermitted buildings and structures. At 4, the applicant shall provide a 100-foot land use buffer parcel along 275000076. And to confirm, I now have to ask the staff a question because I don't know if I read this adequately. But is that just the northern portion of 76, or am I getting that confused? No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the wrong one. I'm good with this. The applicant shall be responsible for any damage to roads associated with the resource extraction and coordinate with the state in maintaining and repairing the roads as necessary. Number 6, that the applicant shall provide fertilization treatments for grand trees located at the project haul roads. Special condition 7, the applicant shall install chain link barricades at the drip line of all grand trees within 40 feet of the total mine and disturbance areas. These barricades are meant to aid in the preservation of these protected trees and shall be in place at all times during construction. The barricades shall be inspected and approved by county staff prior to issuing the zoning permit to start construction of this proposed resource extraction. Special condition 8, the applicant or owner shall post an all-weather sign on the haul road entrance gate visible from Edenvale Road right-of-way listing the name and contact information of the mine operator. This person listed will serve as a contact for this project in case there are any compliance issues that arise during mining operations. And Criterion 9, any further mine expansion or changes will require review and approval from the Board of Zoning Appeals. That is my motion.
All right. We have a second. Mr. Woodall with the second. Any discussion, any questions?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that's the first time we've had someone come and speak in favor of mining. We had usually do that.
It's not my school.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion from the board? It should have been. All right. Let's bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Was that? 1 opposed. It does carry. All right. Do you want to do the next one? 8.
All right. Let's see.
You got to wait for it to load.
It's a BZA 0822000608. I make a motion that we approve the variance request. In doing so, I find that it meets all 7 of the criteria necessary for a variance request, that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. In particular, the simple fact that it has been in operation for over 25 years and received prior approvals that were prior to the 2001 Zeldar. I understand how a property owner that is on the piece of property for, I think the testimony was for 3 generations, that there could be such an oversight. Criterion 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. Believe it meets that requirement. Criterion 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. I believe that since we're retroactively applying this to lands that the future mine segments will comply with all of the required buffers and that variants are not needed for those, that is what compels us to be in that meet that particular criterion. For Criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. Again, the testimony of multiple adjacent property owners supporting this use and lived next door to it for many years compels me to believe that it meets that criterion. For Criterion 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district, to extend physically a nonconforming use of the land, or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. This particular project does not do that, so it meets that criterion. And Criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own action. I believe that we've heard adequate testimony tonight to believe that the owner was acting in good faith underneath the prior zoning approval that they received, and I'm compelled that the changing of the zoning ordinance in 2001 or whenever the new criteria came into play that he needed to meet, that they were unaware of that. Criterion 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or purposes of this ordinance. In making this motion, I would also request that we approve the two special conditions recommended by staff, that prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process, and 2, the applicant shall provide a 100-foot land use buffer along parcel 275-000-076, which is also known as segment 19.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Switzer Smalls. All right. Any questions of staff? Any discussion? All right. Let's bring it to a vote. All those in favor indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. Williams? It carries. Thank you. Well, sir, congratulations. Your applications have been passed. Within 10 days, you'll get information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations and good night. Okay. I don't know, we're having some feedback issue. We have 2 more cases to go. Do you guys want to take a 5-minute break?
Absolutely.
Let's take a 5-minute break and revene. Come back in 5 minutes.
Stand-up desks.
One should be separate. So. I don't know why they don't have, like, that was the record they had. Yeah, it's better now.
Alrighty. This
Okay, at this time, we will resume, and we'll start off with case BZA 08-22-00609. That will be done by Mr. Chris.
609 and 610.
And 10, 6, 9, and 10, thank you. By Mr. Chris Dubuque. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Dubuque, yeah.
Dubuque,
Close
okay.
enough. The applicant, Donald E. Benjamin of Charleston Water System, represented by Tammy L. Huggins. Oh, sorry. There we go. Represented by Tammy L. Huggins of Ardura Group Incorporated, is requesting a variance to encroach more than 25% of the protected area of a 25-inch DBH grand live oak tree for proposed Charleston water system utility construction within CWS's utility easement off of River Road on Johns Island. The grand tree is located on CWS's 20-inch wide utility easement on TMS number 315-0000114, located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. Properties adjacent to the impacted tree to the north are located within the Stono View subdivision under the City of Charleston jurisdiction. There's an aerial view, zoomed in aerial view, and zoomed out aerial view. The project, Johns Island Wastewater Extension Phase 3 Sanitary Sewer Force Main, is currently being reviewed by staff in the site plan review process. The applicant's letter of intent explains the proposed project will provide sanitary sewer service to the southern portion of CWS's service area on Johns Island within the urban growth boundary. The project generally extends from Bullock Guard Drive in the Stono View subdivision south to Charleston County Aviation Authority on River Road. The installation and associated ground disturbance requires encroaching more than 25% under the canopy and critical root zone of the tree. The impacted tree is a healthy 25-inch DBH grand live oak tree, graded B by the arborist. Staff conducted site visits at the project location on March 17th and September 16th, 2022. It's the project location. The tree of question is actually located around the corner behind those homes. This is the tree proposed to be encroached upon. View of the street going either way next to the easement. Staff review believes that the application meets criteria 5, may meet criteria 1, 2, 4, and 7, and may not meet criteria 6 and 3. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny case BZA 08-22-00609 based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the Board decides to approve the application, the Board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. Number 1, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. Number 2, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat the requested grand tree through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the treatment plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to site plan review approval. Number 3, if the requested tree dies within 3 years of the installation of the sewer force main, the applicant shall mitigate the 25-inch DBH of the tree by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2 1/2 inch caliper equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 9.2.6 of the ZLDR, or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. Number 4, prior to construction, the applicant shall install tree barricades around the grand and protected trees to be preserved within 40 feet of disturbance pursuant to section 9.2.4 of the ZLDR. All barricades shall be inspected and approved by planning staff prior to construction. The requested tree should be carefully protected during clearing and construction with fencing extending a minimum of 6.25 feet from the trunk. And staff received 6 letters of opposition. Any questions for staff?
Mr. Nelson?
Just number one, good job for your presentation. You're fairly new at these, correct?
Yes, sir.
So nicely done.
Yes, sir.
The main, let's see, for criteria 3 and 6, staff says that they may not meet this criteria. Is that just primarily based upon the ability to use an alternative construction technique?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the other question I have is actually related to one of the letters of opposition that's in the file from the Johns Island Advocate. I read, and I should have mentioned this before, but in reading that letter, they actually don't take a position either way. They just say, if you have a comment, please submit. So I don't know if that's necessarily a letter of opposition. Just noting that for the record.
Anyone else got a question? Okay. Good. Let's go ahead and do 10.
All right, we can do that. This is the, okay. This one, okay. Okay. BZA case 08-22-00610. Applicant is requesting a variance to encroach more than 25% of the protected area of 2 scenic trees and to remove 6 scenic trees for proposed Charleston water system utility construction. River Road is a designated scenic road that requires protection of all trees 6 inches or greater in DBH that are located within right-of-ways. River Road is maintained by the South Carolina Department of Transportation, and as the designated agent is Wayne E. Clark of SCDO2. The applicant's letter of intent explains Charleston Water System retains a 20-foot wide permanent easement and a 20-foot wide temporary easement for access and construction of a sanitary sewer force main adjacent to River Road right-of-way. The installation and associated ground disturbance requires encroaching more than 25% under the canopy and critical root zone of a 37-inch diameter sweet gum and a 63-inch DBH sweet gum. In addition, the proposed construction would require complete removal of a 21-inch DBH sweet gum, a 22.5-inch DBH sweet gum, a 22-inch DBH sweet gum, 30-inch DBH sweet gum, 27-inch DBH black gum, and a 31-inch pine. And that's the that's showing the length of the project there. Oh, yeah, we can skip ahead. That's the tree protection ordinance. That's showing the TMS numbers affected along River Road there. Zoomed out. Staff conducted site visit at the project location on March 17th and September 16th, 2022. It's River Road right away, each direction. Another area of River Road going either direction. This is the one of the 37-inch sweet gum that would be encroached upon, more than 25%. This is the 63-inch DBH sweet gum for encroachment, more than 25%. This is a 21-inch sweet gum. Just note that the following pictures were all taken in March prior to spring foliage, so they're not dead. 22.5-inch DBH sweet gum for removal. 22-inch DBH sweet gum for removal. 30-inch DBH sweet gum for removal. The 27-inch black gum for removal. And the 31-inch pine. As far as the criteria go, staff believes that it meets criteria 5. It may meet criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7, and may not meet criteria 6. Should the board should the board approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions and recommendations by staff. The applicant shall complete the site plan review process. The applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat the 37-inch sweet gum and the 63-inch sweet gum through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the treatment plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to site plan review approval. Prior to construction, the applicant shall install tree barricades around all grand and protected trees to be preserved within 40 feet of disturbance pursuant of section 9.2.4 of the ZLDR. All barricades shall be inspected and approved by planning staff prior to construction. The applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 153.5-inch DBH scenic trees by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 9.2.6 of the ZLDR. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to removal of the trees. Any questions for staff?
Good job. Good job. Any questions? All righty.
All right.
Great job, sir.
Thank you.
Is the applicant present? Now we're going to do 2 cases. We're going to start at the top. We're going to do 2.
All right. Well,
And-
and I get to introduce myself first, right?
Well,
I
you
mean,
know, you
I've
kind of
become
beat me
a
to the punch.
professional
So
at
you,
understanding this.
well,
tonight.
yeah,
I
we want to know
appreciate
who you are. And
My name is
Yeah.
Tammy Huggins. I work for Ardura Engineering. We're the civil engineer for Charleston Water System. Address is 4000 Faber Place Drive, Suite 330 in North Charleston.
tell us why we should approve this application.
All right. Can y'all go back to the site plan? Okay. So I felt like it was necessary that we're looking at these individual tree impacts, and I wanted you to have a good understanding of the full scope of the project. So this project will provide sewer service to the southern portion of Charleston Water System's service area and the urban growth boundary. It starts in the Stono View neighborhood where there's an existing Charleston CWS pump station. That's our discharge point. And it makes its way, it's 15,000 feet in total, through the Stono View neighborhood, Shoreline Farms, and down River Road to Charleston County Aviation Authority. This permit, or this project only permits installation of the force main. Any future development work will be permitted separately. I'm not involved with that, so I can only talk about the pipeline. It's an 8-inch force main for the majority of the way, and then there is a 3-inch force main that will serve Charleston County Aviation Authority property. The design took into account both trenchless and open cut technologies. We tried to limit disturbance and tree removal as much as we could. Typically, drills are about 2,000 feet, so we tried to coordinate those length of drills with our water line, or with the water crossing. We do cross Burden Creek, as well as coming up to the surface for some open cut work, so that strategically, so that future neighborhoods have the opportunity to tie in inside the surface area. That's really about the scope of the project for us. So if you have questions for me, I'm happy to hear.
Okay, you want to address the second case, number 10?
So
trees?
number 10, so on this, the scenic trees on River Road, on the River Road corridor, we do have DOT approval for work inside the right-of-way. Generally, that work requires us to do some clearing to gain access to our easements. CWS primarily does not install infrastructure in DOT roadways unless they absolutely have to, because oftentimes those roadways get expanded and CWS would have to relocate. Knowing that River Road Corridor is potentially one of those, they did seek out easements along the River Road Corridor. I think it should be noted that that easement along River Road is actually a shared utility easement with Dominion Gas, so that both utilities are encroaching on one footprint and reducing the impact to those property owners as much as possible.
Okay. You want to talk a little bit about the trees too?
So the tree removal that needs to happen along the scenic road corridor is for us to gain access. Primarily, most of the parcels along that corridor are not developed yet, may or may not have access to them. We need to either impact the tree drip line or remove trees to gain access to our easement, or we felt the construction of the force main in that easement would too greatly impact the tree, that it couldn't be saved after construction. So safe to request taking them out.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So the last one you mentioned, is that the one you share with Dominion Energy?
The one, so everything along River Road, so that full section from Starfish Drive all the way down to the airport.
I assume they put a pipe through there?
They intend to, as we do, yes.
So would they be requesting the trees themselves come down, or will they work?
They may, we are completely separate designs and completely separate design schedules, though we do talk and coordinate with one another. It is possible that their project may request more trees, but we are only requesting what we need for installation of the force main.
Even more.
They could. I don't know that, though.
Going down at one time in a beautiful area.
I'm not going to disagree with you on that, because I do love trees, but we have really tried to take into account what trees we were taking out, quality, type, and location as well.
So there's no other alternative? Taking those trees down?
So in the areas where the trees need to come down, we can't make our drills any longer. So we need to come to the surface, provide a shallow tie-in location for future, development tie-in. So we believe that we have done everything we can.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Nelson?
So along those lines, can you talk about trees that you've avoided through using trenchless installation?
Yeah, I wish I should have brought our list with us, but there are significant grand oaks along the corridor of River Road in particular that either are in the right-of-way or outside of our easements that we are not impacting as a result of this project. And we have, through the site plan review process, looked at those with staff and provided calculations for all of those.
Mr. Boykin?
Real quick, quick question to staff. And I'm correct in saying that the grand tree ordinance excludes pines and gums, correct? As far as being protected?
That's correct, with the exception along scenic.
That's what I'm
I know.
making this point.
I know.
At any
I
other time,
understand.
other
Any
than the
other
scenic
time.
highway or aspect, they wouldn't have any protection whatsoever. And I wanted to comment to you or commend you that none of the trees that are ordinarily protected are even being, except for the one oak, but it's only being encroached. But y'all worked very hard apparently to avoid the live oaks
Right,
along
we
River
have
Road.
not proposed any oaks, only
Well, I thank you for
gums.
that.
Oh,
Okay.
well, of course. No, it's very important to us as well. But no, the ones that we have proposed for removal are sweet gums and
Black gum.
Black gum and pines, yes,
pine
ma'am.
tree, and our arborist graded most of them a C. And I think there was a conflict with staff on one of those, and we were not going to disagree with you on it. But
I would say the breadth of this project and the trees that you chose to have to remove, y'all did an excellent job. I mean, it's a
Thank you.
public utility, I get it, and so.
Oh, yes, thank you. We appreciate that. We spent a lot of work on it.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
And why I understand every bit of that, no matter what the tree is, there's going to be a big hole there. when you pull them all down?
Well, we do not intend to leave a big hole because that will all be graded and stabilized and grassed.
You mean the canopy, the whole.
We can't leave a hole.
But yeah, he knows what I mean. I'm talking about the tree line. There'll be a big hole there.
Oh,
right?
yes, there will be.
I won't live to see it come back up.
I don't know how long it will be.
Speak for me. I know we need utilities and you got to have it, but it's just a shame so many at one time at one spot.
I understand.
All that progress.
Anybody else? Mr. Williams?
So you said the total span of this line is how long?
15,000 feet. So that's yeah.
It's
a lot.
remarkable.
Sounds like you're able to save a lot of trees in that long span, right?
We are doing the best we can. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think the comparison that we can't draw because we don't have a number for this is, it sounds like a lot of trees for what you do have to take out, but the type of tree, if we compared that to how many trees you did not have to take out that ran along that whole 15,000 foot, I'm sure it would be a
Yes,
very small percentage. I
Very
guess.
small percentage.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
One other question, and if I understood you correctly, all of the work is being done inside of the urban growth boundary?
Yes. So that exhibit, I probably should have explained that a little bit better so that you could understand. So there's a green line that kind of runs down River Road and around. That is the urban growth boundary line. And then the parcels that are shaded are the parcels that are in Charleston Water System service area. So by extending this force main to the location where it is now, CWS can provide service to we believe almost all parcels within their service area. There may be the need to, just depending on how the ones kind of below the airport develop, they might have to acquire some more easements and come in. But we're very comfortable with this location that we feel good about it, serving this area.
Mr. Boykin?
One last thing, I guess the other point is this will be able to service the Johns Island Executive Airport
Absolutely.
and the proposed industrial park that's going to go in there.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes, sir. And that's our schedule to meet.
And that's what you can base your campaign on, right? Anyone else? Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Thank you, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thomas Legree, 2620 River Road, Hanscom Point Road, Johns Island. I have several things I'd like to bring up over this. I would like to first address 609 and the 25-inch Grand Live Oak encroachment on that. If you cut the tree, if you get inside the tree drip line, it's going to damage it. I think one thing that the BZA could ask them to do is go bore underneath the tree. This can be done. I serve as president of St. John's Water Company. I'm not here tonight on representing them in any way, form, or fashion. We ran a 30,000 foot, 24-inch water line down from the airport down River Road several years ago, and we had to do that. One piece was on my property going underneath a large live oak that the county required them to do. So going underneath the large live oak on number 609 would be my preference on that. The second thing, addressing 610, Mr. Jordan hit the nail on the head with that. I don't see how the BZA can vote on this issue until they find out how many grand trees Dominion Energy is going to want to take out for their gas line, which will extend from slightly above the yellow line on the map all the way down to the airport also and share part of the easement. We don't have any idea how many trees they're going to want to take out yet. Until you see removal request from them, I don't think voting on this I think it's a little premature. Also, the other thing, the tree survey that them or the CWS or Dominion Energy has on hand today is not accurate because after Friday, there's a lot of damaged trees and a lot of downed trees, especially on the purple line part of it, We lost a bunch of trees. DOT had River Road shut down for 2 days, just clearing some big oak trees off that section of the road. The other thing I'd like to mention, she mentioned, and this is not a rebuttal to her, but the CWS has a sewer designated area they can serve on Johns Island. That line goes down to the airport. There's nothing in the sewer boundary line below the airport that can be served by CWS. So the only thing that can be served by CWS is everything on the right-hand side of the purple line and the large green area on the left-hand side of it, which is the Royal property. So that's the only things that can be served, which is unfortunate. This board has nothing to do that, but it's unfortunate that CWS is running a sewer line down there to bring more development to a rural part of Johns Island. But as far as the trees, I think it's premature to vote on 610 until we see a tree removal request from Dominion and see how much damage was done by the hurricane on Friday.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Legree. Do we have any questions for Mr. Legree?
I'd like to hear any response from the staff about what he said.
In terms of, I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan, in terms of what response from the staff?
What he said about Dominion Energy, what their intentions are?
But the staff wouldn't know that. I mean, the staff.
That's my whole point. They don't. That's why I said it, because they obviously don't know. I don't expect you to know, but I'm just saying, for what he said, is any consideration of that?
Mr. Borkin?
Mr. Legree, I'm kind of following up on your position. For this particular case, the board can only consider the impact that this particular project has. I share your concerns that the gas pipeline may encroach or cause other trees to be removed. But the good news is this board will consider that as a separate issue. I think this project's come in very well as far as the limited impact. And, the sewer line's one thing, the gas line's the other. If it's something that does not meet the criteria when the gas line variance comes up, then it will be addressed by this board on its own merit. And so I don't think it's quite fair to the sewer project to tie it to the gas line project, because they have no control over Dominion whatsoever.
I realize that, and I was glad to hear Mr. Jordan brought it up. That was one of my concerns, is y'all were aware, because I don't want next month Dominion to come in here and want to cut down a bunch of trees too. So.
Well, the good news is you'd have every right to come here and make your case.
Oh, I will.
Right. And so, that's the great thing about the BZA.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, Mr. Legree. Anybody else? Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you.
It's good to see you. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? You have the right of rebuttal.
I did want to speak about the encroachment on the tree on TMS 114. That encroachment is primarily needed to access the easement. It is a section in which we need to do open cut because a drill is not feasible because the end of the project is in the marsh. So we can't really drill there. So that little segment that parallels the Stono View neighborhood will be open cut to a drill pit where we'll directional drill across three occupied properties to reduce and prevent any impact to those residents. So it's our way of, while we are open cutting in that area, we can locate the sewer as far away from the tree trunk as possible, but we do need to have at least 15 feet of width in our easement to get equipment back through there. So that's the primary reason for the encroachment there.
Okay. Let me see if anyone has any questions. Okay. Yes, sir.
To get your line where it is right now, did you have to cut trees to get it easy?
To get my line where it is right now, at the pump station.
To get it easy to get there?
At the existing pump station?
No, you're putting a line in, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did you cut any trees down for easement to get there?
There will be trees that need to be removed, but not of, for variance.
Before that spot.
Yes.
Anyone else?
I would like to follow up on the point that Mr. Legree made with the storm on Friday, knowing that you
Okay.
guys are far along in the design process.
Yes.
Are there ways at this point to go back and check trees that have been damaged during the storm that would affect your access through that part of the highway or through your right of way?
You know, we can verify that. You know, if there's debris in that easement, it would end up being, you know, taken care of as needed during construction if it was a place where we were actively disturbing.
Well, I think the point is some of those trees that are showing on your survey may not be there anymore. And you may be able to come up at another location other than what you were proposing because there might not be a grand tree at that location or a scenic tree. Or
Scenic tree. It's possible, but yes, we could. Yeah.
But, go ahead. But based on what he just said, and I was thinking the same thing, are you willing to ask for a postponement to do that and come back before us?
We have a very, very tight schedule that we have to meet in order to provide
That's some
sewer
very, very
service
important trees in Charleston.
to the aviation authority. We have a very limited amount of time. So I'm not going to say that it couldn't be done because anything can always be done, but you know, we would like to proceed with the plan as is, and with the potential to maybe work with staff during our final site plan review if there's the ability to move something.
I'd like to remind the board that these are gum trees.
Pine trees.
Pine trees. We have
And
any
the
more
pine
questions?
tree, that pine tree might not really be there anymore. I don't know. Maybe it was a casualty.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Real quick. Ms. Huggins, you've obviously looked at the staff's report. You're aware of all of the conditions they put on there about protecting that grand live oak tree as far as barricades?
Absolutely, and
okay.
we're in concurrence with all of staff recommendations, and already, of course, through site plan review, have tree protection on our plans, and already in our contract documents require an arborist to be on site, yes.
All right. We good over there? We good over here? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Case closed to the public. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any questions of staff? If not, I need a motion to approve or deny. Somebody to take us on home. Uh-oh, everybody looking down.
I'll make a motion to approve this application.
Got to do both now.
609 and 610.
609 and 610. Okay, I'll start with 609.
Take me home.
I make a motion to approve BZA case 609. Actually, it's 0822000609.
Good.
And looking at the criteria that we've got here. Criteria 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. I believe that there are extraordinary circumstances based on the testimony of the applicant. There may be extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the project area due to the limited ability to shift the project away from the tree. Criteria number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. As we talked about, this is a specific public utility project, so I believe it meets criteria 2. Criteria 3, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. As the applicant mentions, this is a public utility, about 15,000 feet long, and it's there to service the residents on Johns Island, so it meets 3. Criteria 4, the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. I believe it meets this criteria because they have taken a lot of measures to save a lot of other trees versus the trees that are in the way of this project. Criteria 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district to extend physically or a non-conforming use of land or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. The fact that property may be utilized more properly should a variance be granted may not be considered grounds for a variance. It does not allow a use that is not permitted in the zoning district. Criteria 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. The applicant mentions the need for the variance is necessary for installation of the sanitary sewer force main that will serve Johns Island residents, so I believe it meets 6. Criteria 7, granting the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purpose of the ordinance. Granting the variance may not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan, and I believe it does not conflict with the comprehensive plan. And if I can add the 4 additional measures, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. Number 2, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist or to monitor and treat the requested grand tree through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the treatment plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to the site plan review approval. Number 3, if the requested tree dies within 3 years of the installation of the sewer force main, the applicant shall mitigate the 25-inch DBH of the tree by either submitting a mitigation plan for the review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund and described in section 926 of ZELDAR. C, a combination of both. A and B, a lot of mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. Number 4, prior to construction, the applicant shall install tree barricades around all grand and protected trees to be preserved within 40 feet of disturbance pursuant to section 924 of ZELDAR. That is 0609. Do you want to vote on this one?
No, we'll stop right there. Thank
Second.
you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Borkin. Any discussion? Okay, I need to bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. It is unanimous. It carries. All right, let's do the next one. 10.
And BZA case 082200610. I would move to approve this application. I'm looking at the criteria. The application for the applicant, let's see. Yeah, the variance requesting encroach more than 25%, variance request, and then, yeah, so the variance request is what we're looking at.
That's the one about the removal.
The removal, exactly. So looking at the criteria down, we're looking at criteria number 1 here. There are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. Again, I believe it meets criteria 1, that there are extraordinary circumstances because basically the scenic area requires that more than 6 inches are protected. 6 inches of tree are protected. So that's criteria 1. Criteria 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. I believe it meets criteria 2. Criteria 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. As mentioned earlier, the applicant is boring and is a public use project, and so I believe it meets criteria 3. Criteria 4, the authorization of a variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. As mentioned, the applicant did attempt to save as many trees as possible. Criteria 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district. I believe it meets that criteria. I believe it meets 6 and 7. 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. And 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purpose of the ordinance. Granting of the variance may not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan. I believe it does not conflict with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
4 criteria.
Oh, yes, I wanted to add these 4 criteria at the bottom. My apologies.
Okay.
Number 1, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. Once again, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat the 37-inch DBA sweet gum and 63-inch DBA sweet gum through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the treatment plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to site plan review approval. Number 3, prior to construction, the applicant shall install tree barricades around all grand and protected trees to be preserved within 40 feet of disturbance pursuant to section 924 of ZELDAR. Number 4, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 153.5-inch DBA scenic trees by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Funds and as described in section 926 of the ZELDAR. The allotted mitigation should be in place prior to removal of the trees. And thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Woodall, thank you. I asked this, but discussion. Okay. If not, then I need a vote. I need to make I'm tired. Make a motion. We already got a second. So, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. None. It's unanimous. Ms. Huggins, congratulations on both of these applications. Within 10 days, you'll get information from staff, letting you know within the next 10 days the next step to do. Again, Ms. Huggins, congratulations. Okay. Oh, yeah. So.
Break in November, like 5. Woo!
Yeah.
So we can start at 5 o'clock and hopefully be home before dinner. So. Good. Yeah, and then just a reminder to complete your training by the end of the year. So.
You did send that link out, right? Okay.
Anything else? I'm gonna keep butchering it, aren't I?
Thank you for your time.
Dubuque.
Dubuque. Yes. Well, congratulations and welcome to the board. We're glad to have you. Stay with us for a little while. We'll grow on you. And ladies and gentlemen, staff, thank you for your hard work and your diligence. Board members, thank you.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.
Yes, I need that line.